This is the voice of the New York Football Giants, Bob Papa, and you are listening to the best throughout Europe, the Big Blue UK and Ireland podcast.
Welcome back, Giants fans, to the 2026 NFL Draft live stream. We're back with you for the next 5 hours, maybe, something like that. All the way through the first round of this year's draft. More importantly, we're here for obviously the Giants' two picks in the first round, picking at number 5 and number 10. The estimated time of those picks, if you do want to know. We've got at 12:40 and then 20 past 1 in the morning. Obviously, estimated times is all subject to change depending on how long teams are on the clock for.
I don't know, Dan.
What do you mean, I don't know?
Oh,
yeah.
12:40. It's midnight already.
Sorry. 1:40 and 10 past 2. 20 past 2, sorry. My maths is not mathing tonight. Back with me, obviously, we've got Shane, we've got Kev, we've got Aaron. I'm kind of feeling a bit out of place here in the bottom left-hand corner, but it's fine. It is what it is. I'm happy with it. Oh, there we go. I was only joking. It's fine.
All back to normal.
There we go. Normal services resumed. Yeah. Boys, are we ready for this?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, man. We're
Yeah, big time. It's huge.
However many hours. Where have the names gone?
Love. It's all about love.
Huge night for us. Two massive picks, top 10 picks, lads.
So
we have to nail this, surely.
Let's put our first poll up of the night. I don't know if this is going to work. I created this yesterday, so I'm hoping it's going to work. I don't know where you vote. Don't ask me that.
Type 1 or 2 in the chat.
Oh, okay. So where should the Giants go with pick number 5? Very simple. Offense or defense?
Ooh.
Let's see what happens here.
Oh,
look, it works.
Magic.
Hey, tell you what, that's a new feature unlocked for future episodes.
There we go. We love to see it. Exploring new horizons live with us.
Shane,
5 past midnight.
Have you got a poll lined up for will Shane rage quit this stream? Type 1. Yeah. Type 2. No.
I do have various polls prepped. I think I've got polls prepped through. The Giants should draft when they're on the board. He only lets you pick 4 options. So initially, my 4 options for pick 5 is Styles, Downs, Tyson, and Love. I can't see it being anyone else other than them in the first 4.
I'd be surprised.
And then for pick 10 at the minute, I've got Downs, Tyson, Titan, Ioane. But I imagine at least one of them will be gone, and then I'm going to bang in Francis Mawanoa. Mawanoa. Right. Let's have some fun. Obviously, people are tuning in tonight, watching along with us. Get involved in the comments.
Get involved, people.
We're going to be here all night.
We are.
Before we jump into a mock, Shane, we've got McShay's, which we didn't discuss earlier.
Oh, yeah, Tom McShay's mock.
And
we got that.
Just I listened to his podcast earlier, so he's gone slightly differently.
Let me just hide this. The
poll.
Hide that for now.
So he went Mendoza at 1, Bailey at 2, which he was the first guy on. Then he switched to Reese. Then he said he's going back to Bailey, and he thinks it's Bailey. Then he said basically whoever picks at 3, it could be the Cardinals trading out. But if they stick and pick, it's likely to be Reese. But there's a couple of guys in the building that are really high on Love. Sonny Styles is again the Titans guy. Again, they're either or on Love, and then the Giants at 5. He's taking Love, and he said on his show today that is the floor for Love is the Giants at 5. He could go at 3, he could go at 4, and he could go at 5. And so that's where he thinks. Now, if what he also said was if the Giants, if the Titans take Love, it will be Downs for the Giants, and Styles would fall to 7, and Washington would take him at 7, and that is the floor for Styles is 7. There's no way that he goes past number 7. So the Browns are likely to go offensive line, and then here he's got Caden Proctor, which I think is incredibly early for Caden Proctor, but apparently the Browns love him. Edge, Ruben Bain goes 8 to the Saints. Tyson goes to the Chiefs at 9, and the Giants had Francis Noah at 10. So that's kind of the Todd McShay one covered. We talked over an hour ago about all these different permutations. This is one of those ones where we hit the guy we like, the best player available, arguably Jeremiah Love, and some positional value in Francis Noah.
Yeah, I mean,
initial thoughts, Shane.
It's interesting because obviously, let's kind of address a little bit of the elephant in the room, so to speak, and that's kind of the smoke screen. Obviously, there was a lot of talk to begin with that the Giants were all in on Downs. Sonny Styles goes to Indy, blows up the combine, and then there's a lot of talk that the Giants really like Styles, and I'd probably say that conversation has been there up until about probably this week, realistically. And then the start of this week, we've heard some of throughout the process, we've heard if Jeremiah Love's there, the Giants are going to take him. And then all of a sudden, we've had the Jordan Tyson talk start to creep up.
There's been a lot of heat on Jordan Tyson this week so far, aren't
there? The biggest question is, does anybody know who the Giants are taking tonight? Is this the biggest lockdown that it's been in terms of the Giants? I mean, let's face facts. We all said last year, don't do anything stupid. Take Carter or Hunter, whoever falls to you at 3. That was the smart thing to do. The year before, I think we all knew we were going to be taking Neighbours or Marvin Harrison, depending on who kind of fell to us. And then I think the year before that was at the Tay Banks draft.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And again, no one really knew, but it was because the Giants was picking 23 or 25, wherever it was. And you just don't know who's going to be there.
Has anyone checked Joe Shane's son if he's tipped the pick again? Because that's what happened last year, wasn't it? He had it all out there on Bet With Us. This is what we were doing, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, that's one to watch.
I haven't.
But I'll tell you what, that if we go Love Manoa, that is real sort of hit to the offense. I mean, that is fantastic. You're solidifying, like I said before, you're showing real intent of fixing the offensive line. And you're getting an absolute, like, in my opinion, the best player in the draft. I'm right. We said for balance-wise, it would be nice to go offense-defense. But if you're getting the best tackle in the draft and the best player in the draft at 5 and 10, I mean, it's very hard to argue that, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, let's face it, like, we'll be getting 2 fantastic players if we did get Jeremiah Love and Francis Manoa. But again, I think, like, do we take 2 offensive players in the first 10 in those 2 picks, or do we look to strengthen our defense as well, because there's plenty of holes in the defense too, right?
Yeah, definitely. And let's speak about that. Let's talk about where we need to strengthen throughout the whole team. Like, what positions do you think for this draft? Not going to draft for need, obviously, but name a position that you think, like, each one of us, that you think, like, that we need to sort of, like, address in this draft.
Where'd you start? That's the question.
Well, exactly. Yeah, just.
I mean, linebacker. Come on, that's probably one of the positions we're extremely thin at as linebacker.
I mean, linebacker's a great shout, but like, yeah, linebacker's a great shout, but this is a really deep linebacker draft. So I do believe you can get in the second round a starting quality linebacker in this draft.
I'm still going to stick by what I said on the preview pod, and that's running back. I think running back is a bigger need than what we've probably recognised throughout this process.
So quick question then, Shane. Do you think if you don't go Love at 5, if he's already gone, and you go for another player there, is there any other running backs in this draft that you like that you think we could take? Or is it a case of it's Love or you stick with what you've got?
I think it's Love or stick with what you got, to be honest with you, because whilst I like Jadarian Price, Washington, I wouldn't mind maybe taking like a Nick Singleton, for instance, a bit of a third down kind of guy. I think like say Catron Allen, for instance, he's more in the Cam Scatterbo-esque mold. You know, he's going to lower his shoulder, lower the pads, set the contact time. I don't see the point in getting another player like that, which is one of the reasons that Love appeals to me, because I'm not saying he can't do that, but that's not his game. That's not what he's going to do. So yeah, to me, I think it's Love or nobody else. But, you know, in 2018, the New York Giants drafted Saquon Barkley overall. Who would have said that within the next 10 years, the Giants would potentially be taking another running back in the top 5?
Yeah, true. But just going back to Dan and linebacker, Aaron, is there any linebackers you think on day 2 and 3 that would come in and potentially beat Micah McFadden out for the starting job?
Yeah, there are a couple of guys, and you know, Jacob Rodriguez might go round 1 though. Now there's some talk about him sneaking into the round 1. So there are, I mean, there's quite a few, and there's loads of linebackers in this draft that I think are great. You know, McFadden is a guy that's played above his draft spot. The big knock on him is he misses too many tackles. So he gets, but if you actually look, his contact in the backfield is phenomenal. But he was obviously, we missed him all last season, so we're kind of forgetting. Well, maybe he's developed from that season and everything else. So it's but I think there's guys on day 2 that you can take. Obviously, with no third round pick, it does. The guys on day 3, you would say that they would be backing up, but we do need depth at that position. So I have no problem with adding guys on day 3 if it means that we're adding the talent on day 1. You know, defensive tackle is a big hole, right, as well. So we, you know, all of these are challenging.
So Shane, is there any linebackers day 2 or 3? Have you got any names that you kind of that stand out for you that we could target?
My guy.
And who was that again?
Who's your guy?
Josiah Trotter. He's been in for a top 30 visit as well. Obviously, the New York Giants have got history with players coming in for top 30 visits and getting drafted. So, you know, that they've obviously brought him in. And then kind of a different position, but another one who was one of my guys that's been in for top 30 visit as well, Thaddeus Dixon, the cornerback from Carolina. So, you know, they're kind of guys that are both positions of need, day 2, day 3 picks in terms of Dixon. Like I say, you know, that name wants to watch out for. Cause like I said, you know, I think, was it last year, the Giants, every draft pick of the Giants would come in for a top 30 visit?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah,
it's crazy. It is something to watch. So for linebackers, on day 2, you're kind of looking at maybe if someone like CJ Allen falls, Rodriguez, if he falls, although I think that they might go late first or very top end of the second. Anthony Hill Jr. I quite like out of Texas. You know, could he be someone that we target in the second round? He combine visit, and we met with him on the pro day as well. Josiah Trotter's a great shout. I have a second round and third round grade on him. He's that thumper. I think he could actually work really well with Edmonds. Edmonds being your roaming linebacker, you know, great in coverage, stuff like that. Whereas thought it would be your thumper, your tackler, someone like hitting between the tackles and stuff. Another couple of guys I kind of like as well for that sort of early fourth round. Keyshawn Elliott, Jimmy Rolder, Bryce Butcher, Caleb Alarms, or like these type of players are all sort of in play for me around 4 that I think come in the start.
Yeah, it's such a weird like class of linebackers as well. Like, I like Kyle Lewis, but he's slight.
Yes.
220 pounds for a linebacker. He's basically a kind of hybrid.
He's so good in coverage though, isn't he?
Such a good coverage linebacker. And, is he really a big slot safety type rather than a true linebacker? And obviously we've got these tweeners that don't necessarily work out in the NFL. They're positionless guys. So yeah, the problem is you start getting into these kind of maybe role players rather than three down guys, and that's you can make a living with those guys, but maybe they don't push Micah McFadden out on certain downs. Do you rotate these guys in?
Yeah, true. What about cornerback then? Is there any sort of that second round, third, fourth round? What type of cornerbacks are you like in the look of there?
So, and again, up until maybe the last 2 days, this guy was a second rounder. But Chris Johnson from San Diego State, Bullhawk. But he looks like he might even sneak into the first round. D'Angelo Pons, short guy, but again, he put Denzel Boston on his backside, and he's given up nearly a foot in height. So he is a dog.
Proper dog.
Brandon Cisse from South Carolina. Again, another one that will be on the board probably at 37 for us as an option.
What about you, Shane? Any sort of that 37 pick? Any sort of cornerback stand out for you there?
I wouldn't mind Colton Hood if he was to drop into that second round. Obviously, you've got Terrell from Clemson, who's an option as well. Brandon Cisse, I'm really high on Brandon. I feel like I'm higher on Brandon Cisse than a lot of others. I know people have got him like him. He's in most people's top 5, top 6, but I think for me it's McCoy Delane top 2, and then I think that next tier is probably Cisse, Chris Johnson, and Colton Hood, all very close to each other.
Yeah, see, I mean, I'd be happy with any of those. Even Terrell, if he was to fall to 37, I'd be happy with him there as well. Got to give a shout out to Davison Igbinison, Ohio State, kind of like him in that sort of second, third round good tier.
Dylan Everett.
Yeah, the Georgia cornerback. What's he? 6'1", 198 pounds. I've got a third, fourth round grade on him. He's a press man cornerback, a little bit like a James Bradbury type player, I think.
I actually like both the Washington guys as well, the Tariko Davis and Ian's Prysock as well. Both of those guys have got qualities, right?
Well, they went to Washington. They both look like Seahawks cornerbacks, don't they? What are they, 6'3" and 6'4", the pair of them?
As you say, obviously, Giants have had Takario Davis in for a visit as well. Mm-hmm. And then another one who I quite like, and he's probably kind of on that day 3 pick, is Malik Muhammad out of Texas.
Yes. Oh, if he was there in the 4th, a no-brainer for me.
Yeah, he's 6 foot, 182 pounds. He's 96th percentile for his hand, 85th percentile for his arm length. Ran a 14.44. That's more than acceptable for a cornerback. Played 41 games, started 29 last year. He had 2 interceptions, 4 PBUs, and 3 tackles. I think he's quite good in the run support as well. Very physical corner.
Yeah.
So obviously with us having 2 picks in the top 10, like should you really ever draft for a need if you got a top 10 pick, or do you think you should just go for best player available?
I think you should go BPA every time, regardless of where you're picking, unless you need a quarterback.
Yeah, to a certain extent. I mean, I think it's BPA definitely in round 1. But I think when it comes to like the way I look at it is like if you got to the 4th round and you've got a 4th round grade on 2 players, for example, and one of them is in a position of need, I think you might have a slightly higher grade. Like for argument's sake, right? I always talk about Madden ratings. But if you've got 2 players, one's a 75 and one's a 72, and the 72s of a position of need, then I'm okay with taking that as long as they're in the same ballpark. You don't have to be like, like one grade out or whatever. But I do think like as long as you have a very similar grade to 2 players, then going for the position of need in later rounds, I don't have to see an issue with that, to be honest.
Yeah. So I think it's you have to factor in roster construction. So not necessarily picking for need. So don't go, oh, I haven't got starting corner. You shouldn't be coming into a draft in that position, right? Like coming into a draft where you haven't got a starting defensive tackle on the roster. But so you shouldn't go out and just draft for pure need in the 1st round. But you have to think about roster construction. You have to think about positional value. You have to think about like how you're going to get the value out of things. You know, if you're number 1 or number 3 on the board, and the 3rd best player is a quarterback, and you've already got a franchise quarterback, you don't take a franchise quarterback. You know, you try and trade out of the position. You don't just try and stack them up. So pure positional value, no, but I wouldn't stop. Like last year, I think was the perfect example. Just because we had Kayvon Thibodeau and Brian Burns, it doesn't stop you drafting Abdul Carter, right? You also knew Kayvon Thibodeau wasn't living up to the hype. You knew you were going to need a replacement for him. This guy potentially could be better. You go straight in for that. You don't. So that was a BPA example, but also an example of roster construction, positional value, all of that kind of hit a nice mix last year.
Yeah, nice. All right, just want to get your guys' thoughts on that. Are we going to crack on and do a little mock draft?
Yeah. So what I'm going to do, a couple of different mock drafts, looking at a couple of different things. So bear with me. Come on. There we go. Oh. Where's the screen gone? Oh, there. So what I want to do is let's do okay, so Simon Mendoza goes number 1.
Yep.
I've drafted my I've got too much stuff streaming, that's the problem here. Let's say Bailey goes 2. Let's say Jeremiah Love goes 3. And
which I think he will.
Sonny Stars goes 4. So is this kind of a bit of the worst case scenario for the Giants tonight?
I actually think
yes and no.
Best case scenario, and that's because
I think
trade value of this pick.
Aaron, tell him why it's the best case.
Because this maximizes the trade value for pick 5. Because I think there's a clear understanding that Arvell Reese is much higher regarded in NFL circles over Ruben Bain, partly because of the arm length, partly because he's a been a phenomenal player that's got really high upside. So I think this is where you've got the option of the Saints, the Chiefs, the Cowboys, all wanting to come up to take Reese ahead of the Commanders, who would snap their hand off to take him. Browns won't be taking him. So this is the most tradable position, and the likelihood is where if we trade down to 8, we still take Caleb Downs, who we'd probably pick at this point anyway, and we'll pick up another pick in the second round.
So, one person's mock draft we didn't talk about is someone whose mock draft panned out exactly the same as this scenario, and that was Peter Schrager.
He had us taking Arvell Reese.
Peter has us taking Arvell Reese. Is that realistic?
No, trade out of it.
No, yeah, I'll get traded out a bit, but I'm just on about Peter Schrager's mock draft has us taking Arvell Reese.
So
now, do you do that and maybe see him as a linebacker, or do you see him as an edge?
No, you draft him and play him off ball.
Exactly. So we've brought him in on a 30 visit. We've spoken closely with him at Pro Day. There's a clip of him and John Harboughs out there on the. I think there's a Netflix program about kind of the rookie journey, and that was a highlight from that program. I would be sure to have had the conversation with him. Look, if we draft you, we want you to come and play off the ball linebacker. You're a fantastic off the ball linebacker. We need an off the ball linebacker. You're going to come here and play off the ball linebacker. During your rookie contract, we've got to renegotiate with Brian Burns, and Kayvon Thibodeau is only going to be here for one more year, or maybe one more night. And therefore, we're going to go, and you will get opportunities at edge over your rookie contract. And I think that's the way you would take it and go, well, actually, you are BPA, but in your rookie year, you're going to be an off-the-ball linebacker for us.
Yeah, 100% agree with that. Yeah, I mean,
I think,
like you said. Sorry, go on, Dan.
I was going to say,
just
go on, you go.
Right, very quickly. Yeah, I mean, it's trade down scenario, and yes, you might not get proper value, as in like the trade chart might not match up, the picks might not match up in points. But if you're able to add a third round and maybe a fourth or fifth, to trade back a couple of spots, I mean, that is a no-brainer. And because you're going to accept a little bit less, another team might want to jump up, whether it be the Saints or the Chiefs. I can see both of them wanting to make this move. Sorry, go on, Dan.
What was I going to say? There we go. I think, if Joe Shane's plan in this first round is purely BPA, right? Is he going to? How many phone calls is he going to get for Arvell Reese at this point, or is he just going to ignore them and go, "No, I want to take him"?
Oh, he'll take phone calls, and I think he will trade back. So that's what he does so well. Go on.
Let's have a look at some trade back scenarios then. So you're probably not going to trade one spot with the Browns because he's not worthy. I don't think you should ever trade into division. So the Washington Commanders can get fucked unless they're offering me the next 4 years ones in a draft day-esque scenario.
That's fair.
So that obviously brings the Saints at 8. The first option.
Yeah, so you'd be looking at the Saints at 8, and you'd be wanting their third and fifth off them.
I would just take their first and second.
So just a bit of an idea as to what's worth what, basically. If we have a look at the draft capital, so the Giants picks are supposedly worth 1,700. You're swapping with the Saints, so they're going to owe you effectively 300. 480 is their second, so they're probably not going to be giving that up. But you got 225, which means technically the Giants would lose on the trade chart. But is it worth losing to move back 3 spots and get that 3rd round pick?
Yeah. So what would the deal be? Sorry.
Maybe want something else next year.
So I don't think it's only 3 spots. That's the thing.
So what would you be getting to move back to 8? Sorry.
So you pick up an additional 3rd rounder.
You get a 3rd round pick, 73.
So I think you go to the Chiefs and say, if you give me 9 and your 2nd round, and the Chiefs
40 is it?
Got another 40. If you give me 9
So-
and 40, I'd rather do the deal with you than do the deal with the Saints.
I'll look at the chart value, but there's 2 things that stand out to the Chiefs. So you could say to the Chiefs, give us 9 and 40 and we'll give you 5. Or do you ask for 29 and give up 37?
Give up 37, yeah. I mean, that's fair. So you're getting a 3rd first round pick, but you're giving up your 2nd. So you don't then have a pick until the round 4, essentially.
But bear in mind, the back end of the 1st round is trade back opportunities again.
Yeah.
I mean,
but also
you could do that.
It's an ideal region for a defensive tackle in this draft class.
I mean, I see that, but I want to add more picks, not stay the same as well. And I understand, like, if you're getting 29, you're trading 29 probably again. But for me, I'd be happy enough with that 3rd rounder, the 3rd rounder. Oh, sorry, the 2nd, because only 3 picks behind are 37. So 9 and 40, I'd be more than happy with, because you're getting, like, you get the defensive tackle and a guard in that range.
So I'm good at quick maths. So if the Chiefs get up 9 and 29, that's 1350 and 640. That's
1990.
1990.
Yeah.
And the Giants is 1700. So realistically, the Giants are probably going to maybe have to give something else up.
So I think, again, when a team's coming up, if there's a bit of a competition there between, because the Saints will want him, the Chiefs will want him. I think there's a way you get the 1 and the 2 and the 200 points are washed out. If only one of those wants to come up and you can't compete them off, then I think maybe you get the 3. But
I agree.
But let's say we can only get the 3 for the scenario and see how that works out as a roster construction. Because there are some players in the 3rd that are worth it.
Yeah, but you definitely want 2 teams competing against each other, don't you?
Give me 1 sec. So Mendoza, Bailey, Love.
I mean, I can definitely see us drafting Reese, but I do think, like Aaron pointed out, like he would be more valuable to other teams than he would be to us. So that would open up the opportunity to move back.
So
that's exactly what we want to do.
We're going to give up 5 then and get 73 in return.
I wouldn't even give up 5. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So 5, I thought you meant a 5th round pick. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's worst case. I think that's the bottom of the deal.
Agree.
So then, do you think the Saints are coming up for Arvell Reese here?
Yeah, 100%.
Yes.
Yeah. So we do Arvell Reese.
And I think this is a tackle. And in the worst case for us, let's say it's Maui Noah.
Yeah.
There's obviously the talk that they're in for Proctor, they're in for Freeling. But let's say it's Maui Noah, and that's worst case for us.
We've got Maui Noah here. I think this is Cornell Tate.
Yeah, the Ohio State.
It's Tate or Downs.
Yeah. Tate or Downs. I think they'd love to match Tate with Scary Terry.
Yeah. So we'll get tight. So then we're at 8. Do you take the guy you were going to take at 5
Yes.
in Caleb Downs?
Yeah, I think so.
In this scenario, and again, Shane, you said you wouldn't trade in division, but I think the Cowboys would love to jump the Chiefs for Bain.
Oh, the Cowboys can get fucked.
Yeah.
I'm not trading with the Cowboys ever.
Yeah. So there would be a deal on the table here. The other one would be potentially Tampa Bay coming up for an edge because they're desperate for an edge. So
the problem is if you would trade with Dallas, what are they giving up?
Exactly.
Because I don't
Well,
think
there's talk about
fair for 8.
Yeah, I think there was rumors circulating on X today that the Cowboys and Browns have something in place that they've been talking, and the Cowboys would probably give up 12 and 20 to go to 6.
Yeah, so I don't think 12 and 20 is fair for 8. And they don't even have the second rounder or their own third rounder.
Yeah, so it could be 2 3s, like a 3 next year and a 3 this year. And not
But if we were to stick and pick, what would pick Downs? Who would we?
Yeah,
I think
it's
you'd have to, yeah.
or Tyson if you believe the hype. But I would take Downs here.
Not take Tyson and gamble that Downs will be there at 10. Because the Chiefs could go Tyson now.
Shane, can you just undo that pick a second and just have a look at Tampa Bay as a trade option?
Yeah. Where's Tampa?
15.
Pick 15. There you go.
So what does that and the second look like?
So if we look on the trade charts, what have the Giants got? Pick 8. So
Yeah.
8 is worth 1,400. Call that 1,000. And yeah, so it's about 1,500 for 1,400. So the Giants would be winning by 100 points.
And what's one of our 6 back if you had to give up 193?
Say that again, sorry.
193 back to Tampa.
If we 193
worth
back,
20 points, are they?
I wouldn't even say that. 13.
I mean, you could chuck it in for the sake of it, right?
Yeah, or you could chuck in 186 because you're picking 6 picks later anyway.
Sure. Okay. 186, and then so and that as a way of because they would want to jump the Chiefs and the Cowboys to get a defensive end, and obviously after Bain there's a teardrop, so you could do the double trade back.
It's getting exciting now, isn't it? Double trade back.
I think the only thing for me is with the double trade back, Downs is the last blue chip prospect for me on the board at the minute.
Agreed.
And I'd be too
You think
concerned that you
Chiefs
lose.
would take
The thing is, there's nothing to say that the Bucks maybe wouldn't take him if he's a blue chip prospect.
I think at this point you know, yes, we've got the pick at 10, but I just don't try and get too cute and try and stack too many picks. I think at this point, you've already traded back once. At this point, stick with 8 and pick the player you want.
Yeah, and let's see how the rest of the draft unfolds.
Preempting the picks, I like the idea of taking Downs here. If the Chiefs want to take that Tyson. And then at 10, maybe call the Rams and say, look, 2 wide receivers have gone. If you want McCoy Lemon, let's do a deal. And you drop back to 13. That appeals to me more than moving out of 8.
Yeah.
So if we do Downs,
maybe Tyson.
Do the Chiefs have Ruben Bain here?
I think so.
Ooh.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I think it is. I think that's why I think that they would be looking to jump them.
I mean, if you look at the Chiefs, so wide receiver wise, that need a wide receiver.
But they're so good with day 2, day 3 wide receivers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then if you look at their edge, they've got obviously George Kalafdis. They don't really have another edge rusher.
Exactly.
So I think it's fair to say that this would be Ruben Bain in the Chiefs situation.
Yeah.
Or you could even argue maybe Spencer Farnow's someone that appeals to him.
Yeah, if they want to protect the franchise.
I mean, what tackles do they have?
So interesting, though, isn't it? Like
Alan Moore. Yeah, I
all
think
the
Ruben Bain.
permutations are so interesting.
Ruben Bain.
I
Yeah.
think
Yeah.
so.
I think it's the most realistic option there.
So now, if you're the Giants here, you've got Vega Ioane, you've got Jordan Tyson, then you've got trade back options.
Ooh. See, Baltimore, I can see a deal being done with Baltimore. They want to come up and get Awane.
Yeah.
I like taking Tyson here. I like
taking Tyson here. Don't get too cute in it. Just do it.
I absolutely hate taking Tyson here.
I know you do.
I just don't want to take an injury, a wide receiver who's been injured every single season to play on MetLife alongside with a guy who's coming back from an ACL.
This is it.
And
It's a great shout. It's a great shout, Shane.
You're going to be very disappointed with 5 then when we take him at 5.
Tyson as well is if he gets injured, the first thing everyone's going to turn around and say is, "What did you expect?"
Yeah, but if he goes for 1,000 yards as a rookie, no one thinks about that.
Exactly. It's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't.
But what's more likely at this point?
I think they're equally likely.
What's more likely?
I'll go on you guys.
But what about
Tyson,
what about a cornerback, Vince or Delane? And
Oh,
it's a
yeah,
position.
yeah.
I mean, I don't hate it at 10.
I love Delane at 10.
I wouldn't say I don't hate it. I don't hate it more than I love it.
But
I mean,
we've got a history of taking first round corners.
I mean, our card.
And look how they've worked out.
You want to?
You want to take him so bad.
Look, I said it weeks ago. For me, Vega Ioane is the best guard coming out since Quentin Nelson.
And Quentin Nelson's a damn good guard.
But
yeah, I'm not saying he's Quentin Nelson, but I don't think there's been a better guard come out of college.
And this is sort of where I'm like, well, actually, there's Delane, there's Tyson, there's Ioane, there's Farno. Like, actually, there's 4 guys there that are a broadly flat tier.
What are you drafting? What are you drafting? What are you drafting Spencer Farno? Like to where to play essentially? Where would you be eyeing him up?
Interior.
And keep him there, or the option of moving him to tackle?
No, I'd keep him there.
Right.
I think
let him master the position.
We're losing left guard and centre next year. He might be his best position might be centre, but this season he can play right guard for me, and I can decide next year whether I move him to centre, whether I move him to left guard.
And I will say one thing. I will just add one thing to that, Aaron. I hold out high hopes that Marcus Bogue could be a starting tackle for us down the road. Not right now. Luminor's locking that down. I think we've one of the best tackle tandems in the league. But I think I'm still holding out hope that Marcus Bogue can be a starting caliber tackle in the league.
You don't think he'll be a starting caliber centre?
Yes, I do as well. I think he will. Yeah, I think he's got that in him.
There's options with him, ain't there? So what would you be saying here at 10 then?
I'd go Tyson.
I think I'd go Tyson. Sorry,
Shane
Shane.
starts to cry.
Do I not get to say in the matter?
Ah!
Well, I'm going to go with the majority.
I might have chosen the guards. There wouldn't have been a majority.
It would have been just like you,
Oh.
Dan, to choose.
I think I'd been more open
against the
to, I'd been
deadlock.
more open to hiding back, to be honest with you again.
Yeah.
Can you force the rest of the picks now till we pick again?
No, because I think I'm picking for him.
Yeah, okay.
It doesn't really matter. I mean, Jet to be taking a wide receiver, you'd imagine. Give him Omar Cooper.
Do you want to go through some more scenarios then, or?
I think what you need to do is look at the for this one. You need to look at what we're getting in the second and the third to really understand if that third is valuable or not.
Yeah, problem is I'm picking for 10 teams.
You have to restart. You'd have to restart then.
Restart the draft, but just force the trade through, and assume that the first round went the same way.
Correct. Well, lads, 10 minutes to go, boys. Then we start talking some draft prospects.
The draft has not gone too dissimilar.
Just make a pick. Who do we pick?
Jets went with Jeremiah Love. What's he? Wow, okay.
Yeah, just go Downs and then go
We did try back
and then
yeah.
Or do you just want to play it? Well, we need to the trade, so
force the trade through, and then
so we give Saints for it.
Yeah. For their 8 and their third round pick.
And then who did we take?
Well, Downs has just gone before us.
But just assume that we've got the same players in the first round. So take Bailey because he wouldn't be on the board here, and then
I'll just, and then we still want Tyson just in case anyone's changed that.
Just want you to press that button again.
So we didn't trade this one, did we? We just stuck at 10.
No, straight up, yeah. The only extra pick we picked up was the third round pick,
which is ideal. Is what we want. Like that's how we want it to go.
So essentially, what we've got at the minute is Downs and Tyson.
Yeah, and this is where it gets really interesting. So obviously, Casey Concepcion is off because we took Tyson. Although if he fell to here and we hadn't taken Tyson, it would be sprinting that pick in for me. So it's really between the defensive tackles and the guards here.
I think this is the trade back area.
Yeah. So I generally haven't loved the trade back at this position because the who comes on the board now in this scenario would be Casey Concepcion. If we hadn't taken the wide receiver, I'd be like, I don't want to give up that player to trade back. And it's whether you rate Banks as a good enough defensive tackle prospect to give up at this point. Because if you move back a couple of places, he's gone. But there are other defensive tackles that you can take here.
I know, and I'd only want to move back a handful of spots, like 40, 41. I wouldn't want to move too far back.
You could move back to here. You could move back to 46.
Yes.
And pick up an additional
fourth.
So it's either that or, I mean, what position would you be behind up here? Guard, you got corner still.
Yeah, corner guard.
Chris Johnson.
And linebacker.
See, for me, I think you're moving back, say, 10 spots.
Yeah.
There are 10 players on the board right now you'd be happy with, and I'd say there probably is.
Yeah, I agree.
So do we offer the trade with the Bucks?
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
The shits and gigs. All right, so who are we picking now?
The top two.
CC, look at you.
Jacob Rodriguez. Come on down.
Oh.
This is one where really torn on which way I'd go here.
Did we lose?
Just edge.
Did we lose all the guards and the defensive tackles?
I would go with the linebacker there.
So big citrus might be a third
I
round.
like the idea of these two in the second round. The third round.
Yeah. What about the guards?
Citrus.
Did they all
Yeah.
go?
You have a look at the guard.
I like Caleb Rutledge here.
That's
See
the
him.
other option.
So it's Rutledge, Cisse, or Rodriguez.
Yeah.
Yeah. So who would you like, Aaron?
Rodriguez.
Dan, who would you like?
Yeah, I'll go with Rodriguez.
Shane?
Linebacker there.
Rodriguez is the wrong pick, but I like the guy too much.
Yes. For me, I think Cisse for me here.
I was going to say Cisse. I think a starting caliber cornerback, a little more valuable than a starting linebacker.
It is, but I prefer like Mohammed in the fourth, and I like the linebackers that are in the fourth.
And also there is a question now. If they're very similar. Look how similar they're ranked on PFF. So they're similar enough that either one is the correct decision, and we have to think about who. Think of it this way: who would you prefer starting? Greg Newsome or Greg Newsome or Micah McFadden.
See, look,
Would you
for me,
prefer to have
the idea of Brandon Cisse now and a Josiah Trotter, Anthony Hill.
Now, if Chris Johnson went the pick before to the Ravens, if he had been on the board, I would have absolutely said Chris Johnson over Rodriguez, but so difficult.
We have to make a decision, lads. We've got a couple of minutes before the draft starts.
Yeah, I think for me, Brandon Cisse is the last of the top corners.
Go with them. I mean, I'm happy with either one. I just feel like
I'm getting Brandon Cisse. We've got to make a decision. It's 55.
Cool.
Oh, Caleb Rutledge has only just gone. That's a bit of a shame.
Yeah.
I like
so we're going to look at D-line, linebacker.
Yeah. Big Citrus is a standout here for me.
Agree.
And this is the player that we picked up with the trade in the first round, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we wouldn't get this player if we stuck and picked up 5.
Correct. I'm happy to go Big Citrus if everyone else is.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Go for it.
Nice. Play along next to DJ Reader for a year. Learn off him.
See, this is where, so Malik Muhammad here. If we'd gone Rodriguez, I'd be taking Muhammad here.
So we look linebacker and interior.
Lawson's fallen a long way down the board to be here at 100, hasn't he? From where he was at the start of the process.
So
for
me, I'm looking at like Bo Stevens, Billy Strouth, and then who's linebacker? Sorry,
York, Lawson, Betcher.
Yeah, I'll be looking at Betcher or York or even Elam Zor. Anyone jump out at you, lads?
For me personally, I think it's one of these two. Strouth, Stevens.
What about edge? Just to see who's that. Obviously, Kayvon Thibodeau's a trade possibility, but he certainly won't be on the roster after the end of the year. And I know there's a good edge draft.
I quite like Nadeem Tucker there out of Western Michigan. Kieran Curry might be a bit early for him. I do like him though. For me, the value's still with the linebacker and guards. With the guards, to be fair.
Yeah, for me, I think Stevens and Strouth are the last two guards I'd feel comfortable with.
Everyone else after that is a developmental project.
Yeah.
Correct, yeah. Should we go Stevens to mix up a bit? We went Shrike the other day.
Stevens it is.
Mix it up.
And then you've still got the same linebackers available. So you've kind of not lost anything there.
What type of linebacker do you want? Do you want a roaming coverage one or a thumping tackling one?
I want a tackling machine.
Yeah.
Betcher.
But Lawson's probably the better run blocker, run defender.
York, if he wasn't so small, would be would easily be the best production. But you just don't know if that's going to continue up to the into the NFL at his size.
So who are we fancying then?
Betcher.
We're going Betcher, yeah.
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 The old school linebacker.
Nice.
And the commissioner is on his way to the podium.
JC Davis, we've had him in for a top 30.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tackle guard flexibility. Probably better as a guard, but he could take over Runyon's job from next year.
Do we need a QB?
No.
I don't think we'll draft one, I think we'll bring someone in as a UDFA. What round are we in now? We're into the 6th round.
Yeah,
tight end option here, Oscar Delp and the main one. Or
I like
you've got
Kozul. He was my guy for me, Kozul.
Is he still there?
Kozul.
Yeah, shall we bring him in?
There's a guy from Navy that I quite like in this round. I don't know if you know about him.
Explain who is Aaron.
We got back-to-back picks, so we may as well, just for Bants.
Yeah.
And then
I like
last
Coogan as well.
I like Coogan as a centre.
Do you take a quarterback here with
Lorenzo
the last pick?
Styles Jr.?
Lorenzo Styles, I was going to say, because he's excellent in special teams. He's still trying to figure out the safety position because he only moved there recently. But yeah, I think he's a special teams ace. So I think he's definitely one to bring in to help you in that department and develop.
Let's do it. So obviously that's the last draft done. Obviously with this one, you've got to bear in mind, essentially would be taking Caleb Downs at pick 8, where we traded back from 5. I hate the fact that we took Jordan Tyson still. Even this is giving us a negative for drafting Jordan Tyson.
That's C+. Come on.
I'm not a fan of PFF anyway. They've done everyone dirty.
I mean, to be fair, I like this round 2, round 3. I just don't like this one here. That needs to go. You got that easy.
But I definitely think we've added some good players there, like players who really have the potential to, if not start this season, start down the road.
Yeah. Nice.
There we go. There's a wee mock draft, that's just before kickoff.
That's just waiting for the commish to go to the stage. He's not quite there yet, even though it is.
Remember, no tipping picks, lads.
No.
Yeah,
No
we will kindly ask. No picks are tipped. And just in case you haven't voted yet, where do you want the Giants to go with pick number 5? Do you want to go with offense or do you want to go to the defense? And when the Giants are on the clock, I'll update that to what player do you want the Giants to draft, depending on who's on the board.
I know you said no tipping picks, but I'm seeing a lot of rumors that want the first overall pick is a quarterback.
Whoa! Spoilers!
Wow. We just said no tipping picks, and you go.
Apparently, he's a national champion quarterback.
Oh, narrows it down.
It does.
I do wonder.
Not
How do you think he'll
necessarily
translate? Aaron, how do you think he'll translate to the NFL? Old Fernando.
There is the commissioner.
I think his biggest issue is the roster.
Yeah, very true.
Who's keeping him upright? Who's he throwing to? Obviously, he could just turn and hand the ball off to a very good running back.
That's right.
I think it's how they do with the rest of the draft. But I think
fucking love TJ Watt. You know,
his work ethic is a guy that I think he'll make it. But whether he makes it on his first team or he ends up on a journey a bit like a Sam Darnold and has to find the right fit before he gets it, it's that same old thing. You know, if you're the number one overall, you're on the worst team, right?
It's such a good point, and people don't realize that, like, it really matters where you go. Like, look, like you said, Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield, like, there's players like. It really matters where you go, what scheme you're in, like the fit of the coach and the player as well. Like it's I think it's a lot more than people realize, you know.
You know, and obviously Caleb Williams went 101, but the only reason the Bears were picking at 101 was they traded the pick the previous year away so the Panthers could get to Bryce Young. So they weren't actually the worst team when Caleb Williams went, and they obviously paired a top 10 wide receiver. In that same draft as well, so it's completely different to Caleb Williams, and so that's a huge difference. But I think that's going to be the hardest thing, and it's the same if you went to the Jets this year, if you went to the Cardinals this year, like they're not great teams to be a part of. We saw that somewhat with Cam Ward last year, right? He wasn't in the hunt for the rookie of the year, but he was on a very poor team, all round.
Oh God, they're bringing out some legends on screen on the stage now. Hines Ward.
You know your estimate about what time the Giants would pick. Did you factor in?
It's gone out the window already.
15 minutes before they actually put the Raiders on the clock.
Yeah, they're not
surely
he said the Raiders going to be on the.
Yeah, it's the Jets. But like it is 8-minute pick as well this year, down from 10. So that should help things move along a wee bit quicker.
Yeah, but you watch the Raiders take 9 minutes to announce the Raiders pick from whenever they get put on the clock. I'm really looking forward to find out who it is, though.
I mean, why did they not do all of this before it got to 1 o'clock?
Because some people don't switch their telly on until this point.
Well, it's just not good enough. They need to hurry the fuck up. Come on, Roger, hurry up. I haven't got all night. Oh, no, wait. Yes, we have.
I just have to take time with some of my blue raspberry Sour Patch Kids.
I've got a jar full of Haribo sat here that's slowly being destroyed.
Well, the Raiders are officially on the clock.
They are on the clock now, yeah. So, we're at the Las Vegas Raiders on the clock.
Over or under 5 minutes to turn their pick in?
Over. To turn it in or for it to be an out?
To turn it in.
Oh, under.
They should just go up with a pick now. Come on now.
Literally, like the card should be there ready to hand into him as soon as they've got on the clock.
They're gonna check to see if anyone's gonna trade.
Why he's not even there? I'm like, come on, man. You know you're going to go at number 1 overall. Why are you not there?
Yeah, he wanted to celebrate with all his family.
Yeah,
bollocks to that.
Are they tipping the pick?
They are absolutely tipping the pick. They're like, yeah, he's going. It's fine.
all this stuff out there. Don't tip the pick. Don't tip the pick. There they go, tipping the pick. The NFL Network.
Look, it's been a minute and 15 seconds. The pick isn't in yet. Come on.
The really impressive thing, like him and Ty Simpson, certainly at mid-season, there wasn't a lot to separate them. But obviously, Ty Simpson dropped away, and Fernando Mendoza was phenomenal through the really big games. That was the key. At clutch moments, he was clutch.
I said he went through for 3,500 yards, but this left 41 touchdowns to 6 interceptions. That is just phenomenal, isn't it?
I mean, it's pretty damn good, isn't it? Let's face it.
Pretty.
You know, Brock Bowers is gonna love the upgrade from Geno Smith, right?
Yeah, exactly. He's licking his lips.
And let's not forget as well, we've got fucking Ashton Genty. Come on, it's 2.5 minutes and they've still not got the pick in yet. Come on.
Yeah.
Just to go back to the over under question, I'm taking over 5 minutes. I reckon
I'm going over 5 minutes now. They're just going to milk it.
That catch was unbelievable, wasn't it? Like in the last 30 seconds to win the game and keep their unbeaten run going.
Right. So here's a prediction, a bold prediction for you.
Here we go.
The second the Giants go on the clock, they'll cut to an ad break. Guaranteed.
You think so?
Giants go on the clock, NFL Network cut to an ad break every single time.
Do they?
Also, anyone watching as well, do you want to pop any questions in the comments? Like, we'll answer anything you pop in. And also, let us know what you're wearing, because obviously, round 1 tonight, I've gone with the neighbours jersey for tonight for round 1. What's your fit? What clothes are you wearing tonight, lads?
Mine's the same as what was earlier. I couldn't be able to get changed.
Aaron's changed it up.
Yeah, I've changed into my dark jersey.
My jersey on the door's changed though.
Yeah, and I've added 44.
Nice.
Because
beautiful.
Just to remind people, we don't need a running back. We've got one. Plus, when you add Eli Heidenreich, who's an offensive weapon, you don't need a first-round offensive weapon. You take a 6th-round offensive weapon.
I would love to get him on day 3, because I think, like I said to you before, like I think he can be a starting sort of like slot gadget type player in the league.
He's a Pittsburgh boy as well, so he's actually going to be at the draft.
The pick is in. There we go. And that was under 5 minutes, Aaron.
There you go.
I would say. Imagine they come out first overall pick in the 2026 NFL draft. Las Vegas Raiders select anybody but.
Yeah, Jeremiah Love. We're trading Ashton Genty.
Imagine. That ain't gonna happen.
So who do we think the Jets are picking now then? Is it between Bailey and Reese?
I think it's Bailey.
Or is it Bailey?
I think it's Bailey. I think the Jets need a solid double, and they'll take the high floor player who great edge rusher. I think they take that. It's not got the discrepancy.
Yeah, the Raiders war room look happy, like they weren't expecting this pick to go in.
But
when they bench Max Crosby to play so that they deliberately lost the game.
See, David Bailey, Texas Tech though, last year he had 81 pressures and 15 sacks. That's some going, isn't it?
Yes.
Is in. Here comes the commit.
Oh, here we go. He's on the stage. I mean, we don't really need to hear it, do we? Because we'll know what he's going to say.
I would love for him to come out to the Vince McMahon Billy Strut though.
Oh, no chance, because that's what you got.
Right? Does he cry? Does Mendoza cry?
Nah.
Oh, didn't know that was going to happen. And again, like they're all like it's a massive surprise to them.
I guess though, if you think of how hard these guys work to get to this point, that to hear that moment of it, of your name being read out.
I mean, it's just that absolute life-changing moment, isn't it?
Must be amazing.
Like, yeah, this has been the most nailed on thing since he won the national championship, or even a few weeks before that, right? But
yeah, 100%.
To actually have that moment of your name being read out, first overall pick, and it being read out, it's still got to mean something.
Him and Kirk Cousins, some QB room.
Our mock draft's still on track. Yeah.
Our mock draft is still on track.
Yeah, we're 1 for 1. Nine TDs, no giveaways in 3 college football playoff games. Clutch.
Yeah, pure clutch. Fair play to him.
There's a Hall of Fame quarterback who was really good in the playoffs. Don't know if you've heard of him. Called Eli Manning. Pretty clutch in the playoffs.
Who was the last team to beat the Indiana?
Was it Notre Dame?
Notre Dame, baby. College playoffs the year before.
Yeah.
Why not the college playoffs this year?
Wow. Wow. Of your friends.
Too soon?
Or too soon. Robbed, I tell you, Rob.
Coach Day gets sacked.
Come on, Shane. 1:15 in the morning. Let's go.
Wow. Kevin catching strays over here.
Listen, he ain't the only one. Hold it in the comments. Go on.
Wow, Holte.
Listen.
Thought you were my boy.
Well, Jets are still on the clock. 3 minutes and change.
Just so people are aware, we might be going for breaks at various points during the night. Just like 5 minutes for us to go and top up coffee and anything else that we might want to do. But we certainly
Guinness or...
We will be doing it before the Giants' first pick, at least. Maybe in between pick 5 and 10.
Between 2 picks, yeah.
Yeah, we'll just go off for 5 minutes or so, just so we can get up, stretch our legs, and
between pick 4 and 5.
Say again.
Between pick 4 and 5 might be a good time to go on break. But then,
Oh, pick is in.
Ooh,
Dave, got to be
first. Just to. Yeah, it has to be. I just love him as well. I just love him as well because he's so old school. Like he doesn't wear any of the armbands. He doesn't wear gloves. He doesn't have all the sort of the extra stuff. He just goes out there and just puts his hand in the dirt and gets after the QB.
I mean, look at his stats: 6'3", 251, 14.5 sacks last year, 19.5 TFL, 51 tackles, 3 forced fumbles, 3 PBUs. He's played 47 games in college, started 29 of them.
He's just like someone said earlier on, like you just know what you're getting with him. Like this floor is so high. It's just he does exactly what it says on the tin. He comes in and he gets after the QB.
He ran a 4.540, which is 94th percentile. It's 10 yards on 6'2". Broad jump 10'9", 93 percentile.
I wonder where you could find those stats, Shane. If only there was some sort of. What's that?
I said I'd be surprised if this isn't Bailey, but if it isn't, it's Reese.
I think it's one of those two, isn't it? Let's face it.
The interesting thing will be is the next pick for me is whether it's traded, whether it's Love,
Yes,
or whether it's
because there's a lot of
Reese.
rumors that the Cardinals
Mr.
want to move
Commish.
back, don't they?
Here's
Yeah.
the commish. I'm predicting David Bailey.
That's what I marked.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Yep.
Nice.
And I would say this is the safe pick here. Shane, would
Yeah.
you have gone Reese or would you have gone Bailey?
Nah, I've gone Bailey. I think I took Bailey in the round one mock we did earlier on, just for people who might have missed that. This is a mock we did earlier on where we alternated the picks. So it was Dan, me, Mayo, and Kev in that order, alternating between all four. And David Bailey was what I took for the Jets based on the fact that, number one, it's what I would do. Number two, it's what was out there. And like I said earlier on, you know, for me, Bailey's ceiling's higher, floor is higher. Arvel Reese's ceiling is maybe higher though. Yeah, I think Arvel Reese could be one of them players who's like a stud in 3 years' time, or not saying he's going to be at the league in 3 years' time, but he could be one of them people who you look at and go, geez, how did he get so high?
Well, we're 2 for 2 anyway.
I mean, I've got to agree with
he's
this. Unlucky David Bailey. That's his career over already. I mean,
I mean,
I will say-
no. Listen, it's not necessarily his career over, because in 2 or 3 years' time, he might be traded away.
Yeah.
Or, you know.
Savage but fair.
What would be the
Yeah.
most surprising pick here?
What, a 3?
Yeah.
Styles is maybe quite surprising, but maybe.
Ty Simpson?
Oh my God, yeah,
Could you imagine?
that'd be mental. Imagine they just went, you know what? We just believe in him.
We need a quarterback. Okay.
Someone will at some point.
Yeah.
So we had 4 votes for our pick. We're going to take it off the board now so we can get ready for the next one. Everyone's saying we should go for offense. Surprised at that, considering we keep being mocked to spoils and downs. Obviously, I know we'd all like Love.
I think we just want to help our young quarterback, don't we?
I get that.
And the British Eagles wishing us good luck, and there. So yeah, I'm afraid we're going to have to disappoint you.
Right back at you. I hope you waste your picks.
Thank you for joining the feed, though, and any retweets will be appreciated.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think I would be shocked with Love just because of how much money they've also put in there. Even though that's what people have been saying, that's what they're going to do. I believe that's smoke, and I don't. I think
his rookie card.
If they don't trade out of this spot, I think they should take Reese here. But
I think they'll go Love.
yeah, with the amount of money they've put into the running back position, even this offseason, didn't they say Algier, right? It feels like they've got a lot of money already in the running back position, and then they're gonna number 3
They
overall.
look happy in the war room.
Looks like they've picked. Then it doesn't look like they've traded. They've celebrated in the war room.
Yeah, they are. We've got less than 2 minutes on the clock, but they're celebrating. So it looks like they're sticking and picking
Unless
the
they're
3.
celebrating because they've
Who do we want? Who do we want this to be?
I'd love it to be Love.
I mean,
You
is
just
there a
always seem
possibility?
happy, don't you?
Could this be Arvel Reese at all?
I would if I was them. That's why I picked in our mock
Yeah.
for them. I think that's the best player here. I think he's stand out above
They
the
need
rest.
help
You're not-
everywhere, don't
Yeah,
they?
it could be.
Yeah.
It could be. I just have a sneaky pick, man. I think at this point, the Cardinals need so much help, though, don't they? Everywhere.
Let's see what they're.
But I would love it to be Love, just because it takes that off the table for us. And
Yeah, I would love it to be him as well. I think it makes sense for them, and also then it stops that conversation for us right now.
Yeah.
Like, say
I'd-
Sometimes you do want. Sometimes you do want sort of other teams to make a decision for you as well, don't you?
Exactly.
Like,
Yeah, exactly where I was going. Yeah, it takes
Yeah.
that decision off the table for us. So we can confidently say forever now, Love was the highest guy on our board, but he's already gone. We couldn't do anything about it.
Appreciate the retweet.
Thanks, man. It is a hard slog.
It's much easier to
Could they-
live
could-
stream the draft when you've got 2 picks in the top 10. Imagine if you're a Green Bay
yeah,
fan,
100%.
didn't have a pick tonight.
I
Could
don't
they
think
go wide receiver here?
Not just Green Bay that don't pick. It's the
I'd be surprised if they went wide receiver here.
Arizona taking an Arizona State wide receiver.
well. Here's the commish coming out.
We are about
I
to find out.
I think they go Love here.
This is a pivot point now. This is a big pick.
I'd love it if they pick them.
No,
Kev, if it is Love, how will you feel?
There we
it
go.
is Jeremiah.
It's Love.
Jeremiah Love,
Love
told you. Best player in the draft.
They've got themselves a weapon, haven't they?
Yeah, they need all the help in the world. Like, and whoever because they jump up now, they could go and get Simpson now at the end of the first round. Just trade, with the Seahawks or with one of those teams, and go get Ty Simpson, and then you got yourself your star face the franchise running back and a potential starter at quarterback.
Pete is not a fan of missing out on Love.
He is not a fan.
I am disappointed Love has gone.
Because you've got to adjust your poll.
No, because this could very much be doomsday scenario for me.
What?
I
As
swear
the
to
wide
God, if you
receiver.
take Gordon Tyson at 5, I'm going to lose my shit.
Say that again.
I think we go defense at 5. I really do.
I do too.
I have to disagree with
I'll
everyone that voted in the poll. I think we go defense at 5.
Obviously, Tennessee are on the clock.
So
Got to be Sonny Store, surely.
Well, it's getting closer to us, boys.
Well, like I said, this could come to that scenario that we mocked just 30 minutes ago, where Reese falls to us, and we have that decision of whether we take him, whether we can maximize the trade. This is if of the top 5 to fall to us, Reese is the one that we want for the trade scenario, because that is going to be the maximum value for that thing, especially with, like I say, the Saints, the Chiefs at 8 and 9, both want edge rusher is their top priority.
So I've just had the Athletic notification come through about the Cardinals picking it. It says, shocker, the Cardinals are taking Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love. Is it a shocker?
I don't think
I
so.
wouldn't say it's a shock.
So
I don't
if
think
you've
it's a
listened to Todd McShay, no, it's not, because he said that the coaching staff were the ones that wanted Reese, and it was the GM that wanted Love.
There's just reading some posts on X. The Cardinals did explore trading back. They did listen to offers.
Did they say with who?
No.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Todd McShay's been saying for about the last month that he's been hearing that there's a voice in the Arizona building that wants Jeremiah Love.
So, if you believe the hype, this is Styles.
Yeah.
I think that was smoke. So
What was smoke? Sorry.
This would be Styles.
What for Tennessee?
Yeah. I think this will be Reese.
I was just about to say if Arvell Reese drops to 5, do we
Do you
take
remember
it?
who their pass rushers were last season?
Who? Tennessee's?
Yeah. Who was their top sack getter last season?
It was the ex-Giant, was he?
It's Jihad Ward.
Jihad Ward, yeah.
Yeah, that's who I was thinking of.
Right. So you're telling me they're going to pass on Reese when that was their best pass rusher last season?
Yeah.
Would they go Bean? No.
I mean, they could, but
They could, yeah.
it'd be that
They
position.
did.
I'm pretty sure.
Trade for Jermaine Johnson though from the Jets, didn't they?
There you go.
Signed,
Jeremiah Love will make
Olafemi,
guaranteed $50.5 million on his rookie contract.
Crazy.
I mean, if you look at the Tennessee team, I mean, their linebackers, Cody Barton, Cedric Gray.
Yeah.
What would be the most shocking pick here?
You want Tyson Shane?
Carnell Tate, Tyson, the wide
Picks in,
receiver.
so the officially on the clock. Joe Shane and John Harboughs know who's been picked.
Trader Joe. Be interested to see what happens.
Stick and pick.
We're on the clock.
Gotta be.
We're on the clock. We don't know who's gone at 4.
We don't. The front office do.
Where's Daves? Is he happy? Is it offensive? Daves is on the phone. It could be an offensive guy. Daves is on the phone.
Daves is on the phone.
If it's an offensive ball,
who are they? Lineman?
Tyson?
Now we know
A wide receiver.
Do they go receiver?
I mean, they've got Wandale Robinson. Then the next one's Alec Umanure. So wide receiver is a bit of a need for them.
A need for them, yeah.
Point.
Pete's loving it as well if it's a receiver.
We definitely know it's not going to be a running back.
Yeah.
There's no other running back going until maybe the last pick of the first round, and that would be bold.
The tackles is JC Latham and Dan Moore.
Here it comes. Here comes the pick.
Here he comes.
Jamie said, take Tyson.
No.
But you can also see it being Tate. No, this is like...
Oh, got it. Called it.
Wow.
That's the first big surprise.
Wow.
I didn't see anybody mocking Tate there.
Nope.
Number 4, Carnell Tate. Okay.
Styles, Reese,
Shane,
all on the board.
This is not your work now.
I don't know. It's up there because now the Giants are going to be saying shit. There's only one more left on the board.
They might go Tyson now because they don't want to miss out on a wide receiver.
That's my concern.
But there's a good chance then Styles or Downs comes back to us at 10.
I mean, it probably won't happen now, but this is perfect trade back scenario.
And if you had all of that kind of...
Pete, you make me laugh.
I'm
Brian Dable.
The poll's up. Who should the Giants draft at number 5? The poll's gone. The poll's up. Press number 1 in the chat if you want Sonny Styles. Press 2 if you want Caleb Downs. Press 3 if for some mental reason you want Jordan Tyson. Press 4 if some other mental reason you want Francis Mawanoa.
So, even
this is going to be Tyson, isn't it?
Given that they've gone down to 8-minute clocks, I know they've put the selection in. I'd really wish they'd put the clock on the screen and
it's annoying, isn't it?
In a separate box, like in a separate bug box or whatever.
Yeah, or just have it in like the top corner or something.
Until they announce it, like they ain't gonna I mean, they even have announced it, right? So they're not even putting the bugs.
Oh
on the
no,
screen.
I've seen the pick.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't even know the pick was in. Cheers, Kev. I've been hoping for a trade down here.
Yeah, I've
Kev,
seen
you
the
learned
pick.
valuable lesson. Stay off your phone.
Oh, I just glanced.
Yes.
Yeah, see, I've got my phone facing down. I don't want any spoilers.
Yeah.
Francis Maui Goa, come on down. You know, I've been pushing this for about 4 weeks, 5 weeks, saying Francis Maui Noah, no matter what. Just imagine taking the number 1 tackle in the draft at 5. What a bargain.
No.
What a bargain.
No. Aaron, stop
Have you-
manifesting it, yeah?
We've got 3 votes for Sonny Styles so far, 4 votes for Caleb Downs, no votes for the offense. Even though everybody said we should go for offense over defense.
Why did I look?
That's because they were thinking Love was going to be here.
I'll put my phone on silent now.
Yeah. Is the missus back?
Yeah. She came back.
You just tell her if you need me. You're gonna have to come and get me because I can't look at my phone. So what would you say the surprise factor is on Carnell Tate going number 4?
Positional value, right? That's where it comes back to, right? It's positional value, a wide receiver under contract for however long it is. There was what was the saying? Someone was talking about someone being traded. Oh, Nico Collins being traded because he's on 20 million this year, and the market's at 40 million for a wide receiver 1. So they were saying that he needs a new deal, and it's like, do you really want to do it? So I think it's here we go. Who's happy in the war room?
Do you know who looks happy?
The pick is in.
Do you know who looks happy?
John Harboughs.
John Harboughs looks happy.
I think he's going to be happy, whoever it is.
I don't know how I feel about this pick, lads.
The Chiefs are on the clock.
Kev, don't say anything. I don't mean nothing. Can we?
Chiefs are on the clock. Chiefs are on the clock. Chiefs have moved up.
Oh, Chiefs.
Yeah, Chiefs traded with the Browns.
I ain't even got that up yet.
It came up on the
screen.
broadcast that Chiefs were picking at 6. Have
Matt
they gone to an
O'Malley.
advert? Have they gone to an advert before they announced the Giants pick? Told you.
They've gone to an advert.
That's what I'm
Every
saying, Matt
single
O'Malley.
time.
Mate, you should put money on that.
Guess when the next advert's going to be? Just before pick
10. Standard. But I'm surprised. Well, I'm not surprised, but could we not trade back? I wonder if we turned the trade down.
If you've got,
I feel like that fucking bald guy on them videos, Kev. Now I'm panicking.
Don't know what to say. I don't know what to say.
You've set me off.
I'm sorry. See, this waiting now, I've annoyed myself.
It didn't take long to get this pick in, so they obviously liked whoever it was. You know, maybe it was Downs, right? Maybe it's
so.
Downs.
This is no. So the fact that you you're not wrong with that. The fact that the pick was in so quickly makes me think they've gone. Oh, but Reese is still there.
I'm annoyed. Yeah. I'm annoyed we ain't traded back.
Same.
Yeah,
I am.
This has gone well for us in terms of that there's still 5 guys, and if the Chiefs have come up to 6, I would have gone down to 9. I've said that before. I would have gone down to 9 and done the 9-10 double pick.
Well, we said it even saying to all Chiefs to trade back with.
Yeah. I'm interested to see what the trade deal is.
See him, yeah. I'm interested to see what the deal is.
I want to see what it is, but I can't go on Twitter because I'm going to see the pick.
Yeah, exactly.
What the fucking
6 for 9.74 and 148. So that's the 3rd and the 5th. So like you said originally, Kev, 3rd and the 5th.
Yeah. 3rd and 5th.
And then the Chiefs could always trade down from their second pick to get those picks back as well. So they've got a second, first round pick, haven't they?
At this fucking rate, we're going to be back on the clock when they come back from a fucking advert.
Mate, literally.
I'm
This
just-
is the longest advert ever.
Kev, put the phone down.
I know.
Kev, stop messing with your phone.
Yeah.
Kev, open
Kev,
that door and chuck your phone out.
I'm
not a
tempted.
rookie,
I am
are you?
tempted.
Pick is in. Come on.
So who have the Chiefs moved up to get, though? That's the
See, the
question.
Commanders are on the clock already. You fucking take the piss for these picks, man.
How do we know? Because there's 2 picks behind. We have no idea who the Chiefs are coming up for because we don't know who we've taken.
No, it was just an open question.
Yeah. It's so annoying. I'd rather go back to 15-minute clocks.
Huh.
Oh, come on, Commish. Just fucking get on with it.
Yeah, if you're going to do this, you don't get to an ad as well.
No.
Whoever we select is going to be a Pro Bowler. Don't worry. All Pro.
I know, Holly. I know. Fuck the Red Sox. Oh, they're announcing it. Okay.
Wow.
Wow.
Arvell Reese.
Wow.
Steal of the
Oh,
draft.
I told
Steal of the draft. He should
I
have
don't
been 2.
understand it.
Is Thibodeau on his way out?
Well, maybe
It has
you
to
take
be,
a 4
I
for
mean-
him now, yeah. But even so, you play him as off. Like I said earlier on, you play him in the off ball linebacker this year. Tell him that we'll develop you into the
Yeah.
edge over your rookie contract. It means you've got leverage over Burns and his extension. You've got leverage.
That's
you've
true.
got backup for Carter if he doesn't pan out, which I very much doubt he won't. But it also fills a need this year in that off ball linebacker, and there's still an opportunity. We might end up with Styles and Reese.
Yeah, good
Possibly,
point.
Yeah.
And Downs and Reese, or we could take 2 of these Ohio defenders, and they walk straight in, start day 1.
Surely we can't go Styles as well. Like, I mean, would that not be a little overkill?
So I would say Downs over Styles. Yeah,
Yeah.
I would say. But this is the
Yeah,
is
I
this
think
the-
I think at this point, Sonny Styles is probably not on the board for us now.
Can we? Is this
Scores
our
was to
first round linebacker since Carl Banks?
Yes.
So
Well-
this is history making anyway.
Depends. Is he playing it?
I'm not going to lie. I kind of do like this pick.
I didn't think this was possible.
I-
I don't like.
I like it. I mean, he's an excellent player. I mean, a lot of people had him going second. It's just the trade back was there, I think, and that would have been that might have been the best option. He is class, though, isn't he?
But do you not think he was too good to turn down at 5 though?
I think
I
so.
have Styles higher than him.
Yeah, I'm Styles higher. I mean, but I had him as my edge number 2.
Yeah.
I mean, the defensive coordinator is going to love him. Just play him all over the place. Like we said before, we did talk about it, saying that you could have him on the line with Carter off ball for a bit. You could have him off ball and Carter. You could blitz one and put the other one in coverage. Like, it's another chess piece that you can just move around the defense.
You can be multiple with this defense. Like,
yeah, I agree.
Like NASCAR package, but with the front 7, not just the front 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
and you got
Big
they're
Ten,
covering the whole back.
we'll see. Big Ten linebacker of the year. First team All Big Ten in 2025 as well.
6'4", 240 pounds.
McShay ended up with Reese as number 2 behind Jeremiah Love, and then Styles on the same grade as Reese. So,
Shane, have you done the graphic?
Oh no.
Let's see who the Chiefs have moved that for.
I have seen the Chiefs pick, but I won't say anything.
Ooh, what to have.
this could be Bane because they definitely want the edge and they didn't want to risk anyone going past them. There was talk that the Cowboys had to deal with the Browns already lined up as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is the last of the edges, the first tier of edges, if that makes sense. Or it could be Tyson. I think they want the right receiver, and they've seen thingy go thing.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's receiver here.
I'd be very surprised if it's for one of the offensive linemen because they've now all fallen, if that makes sense. So they would have got one at 9 if they just stayed still.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a receiver here.
So this is Bane or Tyson. I would have said.
So if the Saints or Cleveland take Tyson, do we look to trade back at 10?
Again, I think if Downs is there, no.
Yeah. I mean, you got to pencil Arvell Reese in the front 7 as a starter, don't you? You know, he's going to play. He's going to play next to Edmonds for now.
There's going to be some exciting packages on defense, isn't there?
Wow.
There we go.
I'm sorry. They moved up to get the corner.
They obviously, best cornerback in the draft.
I mean,
they need corners, right?
Yeah, but what was the likelihood of Washington or the Saints taking him?
Yeah,
Saints maybe.
The Saints maybe.
Yeah.
It's and like I said, that was decent compensation. It wasn't like they got the trade cheap. The 3rd and the 5th was
yeah.
So we got a defensive playmaker at 5. Do we get an offensive playmaker at 10? Go on, Shane. Do you want to do a read poll again?
Depends who's on the board, doesn't it?
I'm just doing the graphic.
Cool.
Yeah, it all depends on who's on the board.
I'm doing the ticker, Shane.
Say again?
I'm doing the ticker.
Cheers.
He is a good player, Monsieur de Leon, though, isn't he? Like, good all-round cornerback.
Jamie, you are welcome. No fake ass shit. We don't do that. We don't do fake shit here.
No.
You should know this by now.
Those two.
Chris says, I think Commanders will go with Caleb Downs. Okay.
I think it's Sonny Styles here.
For the Commanders.
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
see,
Yeah, I
who's
wouldn't be
their,
surprised.
It's Styles or they did say McShay said the lowest he would go would be 7. So yeah, I think
Yeah, I
probably right.
mean, it would help us as well. To be fair, with us taking Reese, you know what I mean. I don't think we'll double dip at that position. So do they? Does that help us? Like, with Styles coming off the board.
And then it's either the New Orleans could be wide receiver, could be Bain, could be Downs.
See, the dream scenario now would be Styles and Bean to go.
Yeah.
I don't know if they do though. I think. Well, yeah, I think Styles could go at 7.
If it went Styles, Bean, Mauanoa, I'd be happy with that.
Commanders are in.
No, Steve, I haven't. I'm going to go and watch it now. The Arvell Reese special, eh?
Right, who do we think this is? Final suggestions now.
I mean,
For the Commanders,
Yeah, I think it's got to be Styles.
yeah, Styles.
That's what McShay said. He would go at 7 if they'll be over the moon with that as well, I think.
Yeah, this 10th pick now is so interesting.
I think our mock's been blown out of the water.
There we go.
yeah, Sonny Styles. Okay.
Yeah, I think it had to be honest with you.
Apologies. I was just watching the the Arvell Reese special on the Giants X page. I'm sorry, but what the fuck? I'll play the sound. I'll play the sound down my mic. Can you... Sorry, what?
I don't know what's happening.
Basically, the video just ends up with
The
Arvell
Jets
Reese's
are on
face
the
right in
top.
the middle.
It's random.
Jets are on the top. But the Jets are traded up with New Orleans from 16.
Oh.
I'm guessing.
For Tyson,
Jets are on
maybe?
the clock.
Yeah, you can see that.
Want to get in front of the Giants potentially? Come on, Jets.
Suck.
God, shit. Not looking forward to playing him twice a year.
I'm Scatterboo here.
still got big with his Styles when he was there.
I would have liked to have taken Sonny Styles. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Like I said, I would not have been disappointed with Styles over Reese in any way. But I don't think I ever considered Reese being available at 5.
I don't think anybody did. I don't think anybody did.
It's weird because we expected him to go in the top 4 picks. We never really thought what would we do if he was there? Would we actually draft him? So we never actually thought about that scenario. So that's why it kind of feels weird now. I'm not saying it's a bad pick by any means, of course not. But like I'm just saying it's weird because we never.
It was always possible for him to be there at 5.
I think I got. Yeah, I don't think the Jets are on the clock. I think the Saints are still on the clock.
Oh, Jets!
Where did you get the Jets on the clock from? Don't believe everything you read on the internet, lads.
I mean,
put your phone down.
I haven't got my phone.
Yeah.
I haven't got my phone.
I put my phone down now.
What would we want here for the New Orleans?
Are Cleveland going to move out of 9?
New Orleans, they could take Downs, they could take Tyson, they could take Bain.
Yeah, they have a lot of holes as well.
I think Tyson would be the most disappointing, but there are receivers in the second round that I'm happy with. So
I think
Styles would be my most disappointing. And if Styles
picks in,
if they don't take Styles here, I don't see the Browns taking Styles. The Browns.
You mean Downs?
Downs.
Yeah, Downs. Sorry, too late in the day. I don't see the Browns taking Downs. They could trade down with maybe this is the trade with the Cowboys. Watch the Cowboys jumpers. If this isn't the Downs now, watch the Cowboys jumpers.
And who were the jumpers for? Downs or Tyson?
Downs, yeah. Yeah, I don't think the Cowboys are jumping us to take a wide receiver.
Who do you want, Aaron, now at 10?
Downs.
You want Downs?
Yeah,
Downs. Yeah, Downs, Dan? Everyone's saying Downs?
Yeah.
Imagine coming away with Reese and Downs.
Right. Yeah, I'm loving life. That's what I'm saying.
And then trading Thibodeau for an extra pick.
That would be phenomenal. If we managed to get a third for Thibodeau and went Reese and Downs, and then you're picking a third,
DJ Reader.
Yeah, and then signing DJ Reader. So yeah, I mean that's. We can't. If Downs is there, there's no way we're trading back. We're picking him, aren't we?
I'd be very surprised if we do trade back if Downs is there. And if Downs is there and we take him, then Wilson's going to be a happy man.
Oh my God, yeah, because he is his background is secondary as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know if you've already said it, but Adam Schefter's tweeted out saying, despite drafting Reese, the Giants do not intend to trade Thibodeau.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
Just pushing them.
I know, but that's. Yeah, I was
not
going
away
to say
for freelance.
Because they will after Reese. I guarantee you, tonight and tomorrow morning, teams would be like, "All right, we'll give you a 4th or 5th for Thibodeau because you've got Reese now." Would you take a 4th, an early 4th?
What the tips?
Yeah.
The thing is, if you look at the money that he'll get as a free agent, and obviously likely to play, you should get a 4th back as a comp anyway.
But then if we sign someone at equal value, it wipes it out.
Oh, Peter, you make me laugh, my friends. I don't intend to be a 46-inch waist by December, but such is life. Get rid.
So apparently, there was a lot of chatter linking Washington with Mansour Delaney.
Ah, okay.
That's what the Chiefs
Chiefs
opted to
are-
play, apparently.
I will say just a shout out to Peter. Actually, he got me Celtic tickets last season for one of the games, one of the European games I went up to. So big thank you for that, Peter. Good man.
I've just seen the Saints pick, by the way.
Yeah.
Commissioner's walking out now.
Create an emoji with your face of your reaction to the pick.
I don't know how do I create an emoji?
Does Shane know
Full
emotion?
of face.
I don't know how you do
No
emojis
emotion.
on it. How do you do emojis on here?
Just do your face.
Just with
Just
with
use your
your
own
face.
face. Shane.
I
Yeah.
can't. I'm going to choose not to.
Okay.
Because
Give it
Shane
away.
doesn't have
I
any
would
emotion.
love to have seen you try just for the crack. Here we go. There we go. Sheehan is a happy man.
Wait, Jordan Tyson. Okay.
That was why I couldn't do an emoji.
James a happy man.
Yeah.
He would have given it away.
He's a happy man.
All right, so Cleveland on the clock. What are Cleveland going for? What's their pick here?
I wouldn't
Who
be
did we
surprised.
pick for?
I wouldn't be surprised by Downs, but I think it's going to be a tackle.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see. It just makes sense. Go to the trenches,
Oh, man.
beef up the
So
O-line.
glad.
What, have you seen it?
No, because we ain't got Tyson.
Shane's just gas because we haven't got Jordan Tyson.
Yeah, I just didn't want. I'd nothing against the kid. I hope he turns out to be like a great player and everything. But them injuries just put me off, man.
Fair.
Again, it comes down to that. The decision's made for you, isn't it?
The trend that we're
Apparently,
seeing here, right?
Apparently the Browns picked in.
Everyone had Downs as a top 5. Everyone had Styles as a top 5. But we're seeing positional value holding strong here. The apart from the Love pick, which is, maybe he's an exception to the rule, but we're seeing positional value come up here.
The Browns pick is in, so the Browns pick is in, so the Giants are on the clock.
If I was putting the money on it, I'd be saying the Browns are taking a tackle.
Yeah, no, makes sense here. Right, no tipping. Everyone off their phones.
Kev phone down.
I've turned it. I've put it on silent and turned it away.
Are you taking Downs here? If let's assume the Browns are taking the tackle, are you taking Downs here?
100%.
I mean, you
We
have to,
won the
right?
draft if you walk out with Downs and Reese, as
Yeah.
that's the
100%.
equivalent to Styles and Reese for me.
Downs
Styles-
and Reese
Reese
are in
and
my
Downs.
top 5 overall.
Yeah.
Overall players. Downs is my second overall player in this draft.
Yeah. Tyson, Tyler Shuck's probably the happiest man right now, right? To have
Oh my
another
god,
weapon.
yeah.
Right, just don't fuck this up, Joe Shane, please.
So would you rather take Downs here
Yes.
if available or trade back?
Downs.
Oh, I'm actually 50-50. I'm getting some splinters on my bum here because I'm going to sit in that fence. I'm very much 50. I'd be happy with either.
What about if the Downs, if the Browns take Proctor, so which is a guy that's not my top tackle, and it leaves our top tackle here in terms of Maui Noah. Would you take Maui
I'd
Noah
be-
over Downs?
Oh.
Fill that guard spot.
Oh,
We'll give us plenty of bucks. Yeah, we will.
Shane.
yeah. I mean that would make sense. We went defense, a defense wrecker with 5. Do we go with solidifying the offensive line with 10? I can definitely see it. Again, I'd be like 33% for
Oh,
Maui Noah, Downs, or trade back?
Sounds.
I've been telling everyone
Yeah.
since the start of this process. You know that the whole write somebody on a sheet, and from draft day. And I've put this in the chat in our private chat a number of times. I'm just saying, if the Browns and is true, and they're going Proctor here, which is what I think he said. The other guy that they said that we were high on was the other tackle. All I'm saying is I've got the post-it note and I've got the receipts ready. I hope
For
it's
Mawanoa.
Styles. I hope it's Styles, but
Downs.
I've got the receipt. Why do I keep saying Styles? Yeah, I mean Downs. I hope it's Downs, but I have the receipts ready that I've been saying. No matter what, this is the guy that's written down on my post-it note.
And he is.
So who do we think this is?
I would take Maui Noah if I
think
was
so.
Browns.
I think it's
It has to be
tackle.
a
Yeah.
tackle. I think they're going Proctor. And I'm so glad we're not going Proctor if they're going Proctor.
Oh, he scares the life out of me.
I think they go Freely.
Wow. Okay.
Okay.
I know.
I was going to go Farnell, but I thought they were going to do something fucking out there.
Is that the great
I'm happy
Khalid?
with that. Yeah. We had him in
Come
for a
on.
30 visit.
Caleb
Spencer Farnell.
Downs. Caleb fucking Downs. Why are they not running
There.
up to the podium with the fucking card?
Can you
He is
imagine?
there.
Can you imagine if we don't take Caleb Downs and Sonny Snarls goes to the Commanders and Caleb Downs goes to the Cowboys?
Shut
Oh my
up.
God, don't. That is just, why would you speak that into existence?
Right, who should the Giants draft? Get voting. Press number 1 for Caleb Downs. Press 2 for McCoy Lemon. Press 3 for Francis Mawanoa. Press 4 for Vega Ioane.
Shane, I've been telling you. How many months have I been telling you?
I swear to God, Reese and Mawanoa was so underwhelming.
That. Wow.
Don't get too excited. They've got an ad break to fit in before we come on stream.
The pick is in. No trade. The pick is in.
Oh, come on, Caleb Downs, please.
Oh, they're coming out.
Jeremiah,
No,
their top guy.
they're coming straight out as well. No.
Here we go. Caleb
Please.
Downs in the vote so far.
Maui Noah.
Don't.
Stop it.
I'm saying it.
Shane, who you going?
There we go.
Oh, you
Called
fucking...
it.
Oh, fucking hate. Oh.
Francis
Right.
Maui Noah, no matter what. Anyone in the chat has seen this since day one of this draft. I've been predicting it. It's not something I wanted to come true. I wanted to be wrong. But I've had this on a post-it note for months.
Let's see it again. Bring it back up. There you go.
Okay.
Solidifying that offensive line.
Protect the franchise.
There was talk with him at
Evan
5.
Neal is not starting for this team. Rejoice.
Yeah, well, Falele was lining up next to Luminor in warm-ups this week or training this week.
Well, yeah, because we didn't have Francis Maui Noah on the team. Be interesting if there's a camp battle at left guard now.
Oh, that's interesting. There we go. Francis Mawanoa. What do we think, people?
That's a baller suit as well.
Underwhelmed.
But
How do you pass on
value,
Sonny Styles and fucking Caleb Downs? Someone tell me that. Like, I need logical answers.
positional value. No, you don't like the term, but it's positional value.
Was that technically an edge and a tackle?
technically an edge and a tackle, just like the last time we had two first-round picks.
And
Oh,
No, they eat. Oh man,
Chris, most likely, yes. You know it's going to happen at this point.
Miami can save us.
oh yeah, because the
Ruben
last
Bain-
fucking tackle we took in the first round out in Miami did really fucking well.
Oh,
All the
God,
jinx.
no.
The Cowboys have traded up to 11, boys. The Cowboys have traded up to 11. You know who they're
Traded up
fucking
one
taking.
spot. They traded up one spot.
Do you know who they're taking?
I can't believe we've
God.
passed on Sonny Styles and fucking Caleb Downs, man.
You
Honest to
know who
God.
Dallas are taking with 11?
Rotation.
But Shane, last year we were really happy with the first round, and look how well it happened in the season. Now you can go into the season with a load of pessimism, and we'll outperform your expectations. This is a good thing.
I mean,
So on my big board, we've got the 5th and 7th overall players.
And on my big board, we passed on fucking the 2nd and 3rd overall players.
Yeah, same on my big board. We did pass over 2nd and 3rd as well.
So fucking. Oh God, this fucking organisation, man. I
I thought we were going best player available.
fucking death for me. These will be.
Well, I had Moino as my 7th overall player.
Yeah, I think again, positional value, a little bit of team lead in there.
Yeah, we said, look, he was in the conversation for 5. He's going to start at right guard, and he can kick out to right tackle if needs be down the line.
But Joe Shane strictly said they were going best player available.
Yeah, but best player available doesn't just mean the highest ranked player on the board. It
No,
also
it doesn't.
he said that in the same press conference. Your best player available is a mixture of need, a mixture of positional value, and a mixture of talent. And so best player available is a compromise of all those three. And
We've not even took the best offensive line that was on the board either, so it's a load of fucking bollocks.
And the thing is, you have to look at it this way. What did John Harbaugh say he wanted to do when he came in? Stop the run and run the ball. And these 2 picks 100% help those two that philosophy. Wow, Peter.
well,
You're coming out with some lines tonight, Pete. I've got to put back up on screen again. Wanted Love and Styles, got Reese and Marinoa, like chasing Margot Robbie and getting stabbed instead.
The thing is, though, like, if you look at the front 7 now, you've got Carter and you've got Burns and you've got Arvell Reese. Like, we are going to be blitzing. We're going to be like getting after the quarterback.
And
Those two
like
on
I
the
said the other day, if Tibbs can put an extra 15 pounds on and play that 5 tech.
I wanted to ask you this, Aaron, actually. So when you said that, it got me thinking. For us, that's a great move. Do you think Tibbs would buy into that?
Yeah, that's going to be the hardest part because he's not going to earn as much. But is he going to earn more doing that or sitting on the bench as the 4th?
Well,
rotation?
exactly. He's going to be starting games and playing a lot more snaps if he does.
The best thing for everybody is actually the trade, right?
Yes.
And you've got to come out and say he's not for trade because if you say, oh, he's available for trade, you get a 6th round pick for him.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't hate the offensive line pick. I think the fact that you couldn't slot in there and start at right guard, I'm happy with that because we needed it, right?
Yeah.
I'm just disappointed that we overlooked Caleb Downs because I thought he could have.
So if we'd taken Love, obviously he wasn't there, but if we'd taken Love, I'd feel exactly the same way you feel right now. That's how I felt about Love, right? It was like a disappointing pick for me if we ended up with Love. No matter where he sits on the board, everything else, just it didn't feel like it was fulfilling. Maui Noah, I wanted Downs over Maui Noah, but I can rationally see why we've done it because we have a hole at right guard, with positional value of a potential tackle at whatever 30 million a year on a rookie, even guards at 20 million. At the top end of the guard market right now, and this potential Pro Bowl guard. Yeah,
So
obviously, any player you pick is potential Evan Neal, right? But
yeah.
But that's the same. Any of these guys could turn out to be that. There's no guarantee in any of them.
Yeah. So the Cowboys sent picks 12, 177, and 180 to the Dolphins to move up one spot.
2 fifth-round picks. We got one spot. That's fantastic, to be fair, from the Dolphins,
isn't it?
We didn't have a lot of picks themselves. Dolphins didn't have a lot of picks.
It makes 37 really interesting tomorrow.
Yeah.
So this is going to be Caleb Downs, yeah?
I would have thought so.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, fucking course it is. Fuck's sakes.
How weird is it that the triplets all end up in the NFC? Reese.
You two have passed on the two players who've ended up in our fucking division anyway.
Imagine McDonald goes to the Eagles.
Oh, don't. What? Jesus.
Don't say this sort of stuff, Aaron, because it will happen.
Cowboys are delighted with that.
Yeah, of course they are. How could you not be?
Is that McDonald there, yeah?
So just looping back to Mental Delane, that saved the SEC of having a top 10 pick because it looked like this could be the first time since 2006 or whatever the SEC did the top 10, but obviously he went in the top 10. So that was the one thing to note with him. Shane, anything to add?
No.
Like with Mano, like you can't argue with protecting Jackson Dart. Do you know what I mean? Just he's the franchise quarterback. He has to be the priority.
Yeah, like don't get me wrong. I get the pick. I get it. Well, I just think our defense could have been so good with Caleb Downs.
Yeah. And I understand that, like it does feel a little underwhelming with all the players that run the board, but they do kind of make sense. That the picks, like you can see where they're coming from with them.
So, just a quick recap on the board. If anyone was joined us late, one overall, Fernando Mendoza. 2 to the Jets, David Bailey. 3 to the Arizona, Love. 4 to Tennessee, Tate. 5 to the Giants, Arvell Reese. 6 to Kansas City, Mental Delane. 7 to Washington, Sonny Styles. 8 to New Orleans, Tyson. 9 Cleveland, Spencer Fano. 10 to the Giants, Francis Maui Noah. 11 to Dallas, Caleb Downs.
I don't think anyone predicted those first 11 picks.
Oh my God, no chance.
How's Peter Schrager doing? Who was it? Did he have us taking our Valerie?
Yeah, I think he got both right.
Yeah. Most accurate mock drafter. Should we ever doubt him? He shrags.
Well, the Dolphins pick us in.
Oh, yeah, did you hear about the concerns about Mavinoa's injuries?
The back issue.
Yeah. Got flagged at the combine, apparently.
I think it
Yeah,
was
but
a
apparently it's not.
temporary one, though. It's not like a degenerative thing. It's something that will heal and go away.
Yeah, I remember reading it wasn't a big issue.
Long-term issue.
Oh,
Proctor. Wow.
So it's three tackles in the last 4 picks.
Yeah.
I didn't
Once the
even
run
have him in my
starts,
top
it will-
50, Proctor.
Some of that's this. I have to admit, some of this is the Evan Neal bias, right?
Yeah.
But I'm glad someone else has taken him.
See him. I mean, he's a monster of a player, and he's absolutely huge. What, 6'6", 360 or something?
Something crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's just. I think he'd be better as a guard, to be fair.
Mavinoa's first message to Jackson Dart was, "I'm ready to die for you, man."
I'll take
Love
it.
that.
I mean,
I'll
I
take
love
it.
it. Yeah, that's cool.
So we're looking at now the Giants' offensive line, right? Left tackle, Andrew Thomas. Left guard, John Runyon. Center, JMS. Right guard, Maunoa. And right tackle, Jermaine Illuminor. With Marcus Bowe as your swing tackle, who got some valuable reps last year, which was much needed. You got who was Evan Neal to
Lele.
compete for us? Who was that one?
Falele and Neal as competing for the swing guard spot.
Correct. And then who was the other player we got in that can play center and 2 guards? From the Bengals, was it?
Yeah.
And he has loads of starting experience. Let me pull it up.
Rams pick us in.
Lucas Patrick. So you have to say, like, our offensive line is taking shape a bit with some decent competition in places, especially for the backup roles.
Yeah. Well,
Jermaine
as
Illuminor posted on Twitter after our race. Another edge rusher. Practice will be fun, and a picture of a worker in like a smoking shuttle with her head between her knees, like, oh my god, work is too much.
Nice.
well,
He's easy to root for, isn't he, Jermaine?
Yeah. As the broadcast has gone to an advert break, I think it's time we take a little break and take a little moment to decompress after our 2 picks. The LA Rams pick us in, which means the Ravens are on the clock. We will bring you the Rams pick and probably the Ravens pick when we come back in about 10 minutes. So stay tuned, Giants fans. Stick with us. We'll see you very soon. All right, welcome back, Giants fans. The LA Rams pick is in, and the LA Rams have selected quarterback Ty Simpson. Boys, are the Rams okay?
Wow. So no Cardinals trading back into the first round to get a quarterback. Feels early.
There you go, Shane. Your boy Ioanu's gone to Baltimore. I don't think anyone expected a quarterback to go at 13.
Makes it interesting. I mean, like, I know we're a good bit away now, but every sort of player that comes off the board, I'm sort of ticking them off and kind of seeing, like, what could be there for us. I mean, it's a bit early now, but say in 10 picks time, it will be interesting to see what 37 could look like.
So, Todd McShay, 10, Francis Maui Noah to the Giants. 11 was Spencer Fano to the Dolphins. So, obviously, they traded, but still got the right position, wrong player. Fano had already gone. 12, Caleb Downs to the Cowboys. 13, Ty Simpson to the Rams. And McShay knew.
Fair enough.
He is plugged in, to be fair, McShay. I do like McShay.
We've got Bucks on the
He
clock
got
now.
14 right. His prediction was that the Eagles would trade up here to 15 to take Monroe Freeling with the Buccaneers. Pick is in.
Pick is in. So let's go back to our picks then. Number 5, Arvell Reese. Boys, what are your thoughts on it now? Obviously the picks in, it's the dust has settled. Where did you have Arvell Reese on your boards, in your list? What do we make of him?
Shane, do you want to go first?
What was the question? Sorry, I'm watching a video.
Arvell Reese. What's your thoughts on him now the dust has settled a little bit?
I don't hate the pick. The issue I've got is you passed on Sonny Styles, and I had Sonny Styles higher than Reese, and I think Reese is Arvell Reese to me is your prototypical boom or bust prospect. And if he booms, he's gonna rock it up. But if he busts, you have once again wasted the number 5 overall pick. And I just think Sonny Styles was a safer pick. I'd argue it fitted a bigger need right now, to be honest with you. And look, I don't hate the pick. It's just underwhelming when you look at what you passed on to take him instead.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. I think looking at the edge guys, none of you had him as your number 1 in your top 5. Shane, you had him as 2. Kevin, Mayo, you had him as 3. What do you think he brings to the team?
So the one thing you've got to take, you are projecting a little bit with Arvell Reese. So he is a true junior. So he's not one of these 25-year-olds coming out. He's 20 in his tape. He'll probably be 21 by the time the season starts. So he's got the most room to grow of a lot of these prospects at that position. And if you evaluate him, he did 300 snaps as a defensive lineman, another 280 snaps as a off-the-ball linebacker. However you look at him, he's a first-round pick at either of those two positions. Obviously, the linebacker is lower value, and so some teams that would see him as a linebacker only would probably say, well, he's maybe not worth the the top 5 pick, although the next linebacker came off the board 2 picks later. So, he's up there as those kind of things. The key is he's got the ability to be. He is the hard to put this comp on him, but he is the Micah Parsons is why he's going this high. That people believe he can go on the same trajectory as Micah Parsons, who was a off the ball linebacker that showed some ability to blitz and has taken it on to the next level. This thing. So that's why you're taking him at this thing. He can do the coverage with the running backs and the tight ends and do all the linebacker stuff. But what you're thinking is you can get the pass rusher out of him as well.
Yeah, I mean, some of the points I have on him, like, was he 6'4", 240? So he's massive. You've got Tremaine Edmonds as your do-it-all linebacker, your coverage type linebacker. He's not great in coverage. It's something that needs to work on. But his change of direction is very, very good. He can blitz. He can get after the pass rusher. He can be your sort of like run-stuffing linebacker. And John Harboughs has come out and said that he will play next to Tremaine Edmonds. That he will be off-the-ball linebacker to start with, but he'll be a chess piece that can be moved around. So, like, he's good. Again, it's about creating pressure. It's about making the opposition quarterback uncomfortable. And this is a player that can do that. I mean, Sonny Styles is a better all-round linebacker, yes, but I think Reese gives you that sort of like getting after the pass, the quarterback, sort of like giving you a pass rush, also run stopping. He's a big guy with really good tackler. He can kind of play all over the front seven, so gives you so much sort of versatility. I think John Harbaugh said as well, said that he was the highest graded non-quarterback on their draft board. So to get that player at 5, you have to feel like that's a win.
Yeah, and if he is, like you said, if he is that highest graded player outside of quarterbacks on the board, then you're not wrong. Tampa Bay selected Reuben Bain Jr. At 15. Jets are now on the clock.
So I had my final rankings. I had him as number 2 edge rusher and number 5 on my overall rankings.
Nice. Yeah, he was the number 1 edge rusher in Dave Brugler's Beast. So, I think we've got ourselves a very, very, very good player that can be used in multiple different positions.
And like I said earlier on, Dan, we always, everyone mocked him at 2, 3, or 4, and no one ever expected him to be at 5. So we never kind of allowed ourselves to see it happening. Yeah, like we never kind of allowed ourselves to think about, because every time we went PFF or mock draft machine, he was always
he's already gone.
early.
He's already gone. Yeah.
So it's kind of like I said earlier, it feels under.
I don't think I saw many mocks where he didn't go in the top 4.
Exactly that. So you kind of like, as I said earlier, it kind of felt underwhelming because of that. And underwhelming is not really the right word to use. It was just like, it was unusual because, like I said, he was never on the board for us anytime we came to do mocks. So we never selected him. We got used to selecting these other players, Caleb Downs, Sonny Styles, Jeremiah Love, like all these players, like at different degrees would be on the board for us. He never was, so we never selected him.
Yeah, I think that's a really fair point you make. I think is the fact that he was there at 5. I don't blame the Giants for turning his name in, because he's clearly a very, very good player. And yeah, obviously everyone expects us to go with Sonny Styles at 5. I say everyone. A lot of people expect us to go with Sonny Styles at 5, me included, because we never expected Reese to be there. But I think the fact that he was there, it was just too good to turn down. And
have you seen what John Harboughs said about it?
Huh?
Have you seen what John Harboughs about it? Selecting Reese. So he basically said that he's a versatile player. We're going to play him inside, excuse me, inside backer, will backer. Defense is flexible, positionless. He'll have an opportunity to move around, but he'll line up next to Tremaine.
Yeah. Exactly that.
Yeah.
So he will be a starting player on this team, like next to Tremaine. Like, so, like overall, everyone had him higher than Styles.
He was the Giants' highest non-QB in the draft. And, you know, that's what it comes down to at the end of the day, you know. I had Sonny Styles higher. I had Sonny Styles about second, I think, on my big board. But I'm not in the front office. I'm not hired by the New York Giants. So,
But did you have Reese as an edge player, though?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I had Sonny Styles. If I put Reese as a linebacker, he would have been LB2 behind Sonny Styles.
Yeah.
That's fair. And then looking at pick 10 then. Aaron, you're very happy.
I mean, I'm happy, but I wanted Downs at that position, right? But
Yeah.
I'm happy more in jest because I've been tipping this more in jest that we're going to take a guard, we're going to take an O lineman, and obviously more at 5 than when we didn't have 10. But the idea being that positional value, the fact that we have this huge hole, I thought, you know, most of my mock drafts I was taking Pregnon or Bisontis at 37 and feeling the need there. But to walk away with, you know, the top tackle or the tied top tackle on the board, on my draft board, and walk away with, you know, a need fit, even if he is potentially better at guard than he is at tackle, which is kind of what we actually need. Happy that there's positional value there, but maybe I would have been more interested in Downs.
I think, you know, looking at this selection as obviously it was a position, again, a position of need on the offensive line, and again, it's not really one I'm surprised by. The fact that he was there for us to take, I'm not surprised that we did. Again, like, you know, I was, you know, you saw me. I was beating the table for Caleb Downs. But that's just because I love defense, right? At the end of the day, like you don't win football games without protecting your quarterback, and so I fully get that and appreciate that. So I know that this was this position was a big need of ours, but I don't know. I just kind of I just feel I feel more underwhelmed with this pick than I did with the pick of Arvell Reese. Kev, do you think Marino fit well on the offensive line?
Oh, 100%. Like I said, I think he'll like come in and be the starting right guard, and I think he'll make a great transition there. Because I love him in the run game. Like, I think he's a nasty finisher, like in the run game. You know, he maintains his balance through contact, which is good. He plays with great leverage. He's just he can be a mauler, like, and that's why I loved him at right tackle, right guard. And I do believe that, you know, he can come in and be a Pro Bowl guard, you know, within his rookie contract. And again, it's that versatility, like we said before, of if you want him to kick out to right tackle when we move on from Illuminor, there's that possibility as well. Or Marcus Bowe might be ready to play right tackle, who's more of a technician than a mauler. But I do think Manoa can come in, and I'm going to enjoy watching Cam Scadaboo run behind that right side of the line.
And you know, Maui Noah's weak spot is his short arms. Short for a tackle, not for a guard. And when you see him lose on tape as he overextends and you know, gets off balance and falls forward. But in the guard position, you don't usually have that issue. So he's going to be a fantastic guard, but he has the potential to make it a tackle. But we don't need him to. Certainly not as a rookie.
Yeah, exactly.
And also,
that.
you're not putting him out there early. Sorry, you're not putting him out there too early as a right tackle to get sort of like exposed to a certain extent. Do you know what I mean? So like you are giving him that protection of Illuminor and JMS either side of him. And again, I've said it before and I'll say it again, like Jackson Dart is the franchise QB. Like the more help we can give him, the better. And we talked about it as well. Like Aaron was saying, like, maybe this team isn't ready for someone like Love yet until we sort out the offensive line. And now we've gone to do that. We've shown that we're going to invest in the offensive line and we're serious about it because we want to keep our QB upright.
Yeah, exactly that. The Jets went for tight end Kenyon Sadiq with pick number 16.
I find that strange. Didn't they take Mason Taylor year before?
Last year, yeah.
And I thought he was
weird.
really productive for them.
Yes.
Maybe they're looking at changing the way they play on offense a little bit.
So many more teams are going 2 tight end sets now.
Exactly. The Lions are on the clock. Their pick is in as well. So
if this is not Freeling, I'll be very surprised. They
Minnesota
needed a
Vikings are on the clock.
Freeling to the Lions was probably the most mock pick after Mendoza to the Raiders. If this isn't Freeling, it'd be almost as big a surprise as the Rams taking Ty Simpson, the quarterback, in the first round.
So is it too early to start talking about it, lads? Where are we going at 37? For me, I've got a feeling it might be interior defensive line.
It almost has to be. Almost has to be.
I'd be very surprised if it's not.
Again, because we kind of discussed it earlier on. I mean, tight ends obviously set. I mean, wide receiver. I said it, like, I think Darnell Mooney could be a real player for us. And Calvin Austin in the slot as well. So maybe wide receiver, you might hold off and wait. Could we see a trade back?
Possibly. Depends what's offered, I suppose, isn't it? Who are the Lions going for? Oh, they've got someone on stage making a pick, so that'll be another 5 minutes to it.
Who do we mock? We mocked Freeling, did we?
What, to Detroit?
Yeah, Freeling, yeah.
While we're waiting, I just want to give a quick shout out to the boys on the Irish NFL show. Our man Craig over there in Dublin doing it for him. Sending a lot of love over to you boys, and I hope the live stream is going extremely well. Yeah, proud of you, Craig.
It's difficult, isn't it? Difficult though, isn't it? Because they cover all 32 teams, whereas we're obviously coming at it from a Giants angle.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Blake Miller.
Oh, Blake Miller. Okay, interesting.
He has been considered one of the safest picks, as in like unspectacular, 100 starts. Like he's played so much football over the years at Clemson, and just solid.
I mean, Aaron, you had him number 3 on your list.
Yeah, and it's one of those that horses for courses a little bit, right? So trying to work out like why you're going to take, how you fit it in. But for us, it makes so much sense with where we had our needs and our strengths.
What tackle was he for you boys? He was number 6 for me.
Miller was he's the reason he's a safe pick, right? He
Yeah.
5 years, like 5-year starter at Clemson. Just absolutely the safest pick, where Proctor was obviously a lot more boom bust. He has probably the better tape, but again, 5-year starter, didn't really show much progression in year 5. And so is he at his ceiling already? And that's kind of why, yes, a lot of people are projecting Freeling going ahead. A lot of people are projecting Proctor going ahead, because those guys, you're betting on the upside. But I think this is a really good pick for the Lions, because they
agree.
need
It's
that
a safe
solid
pick, like you said.
Yeah, they need that solid player.
Yeah, I do like him a lot. And we just see the Vikings taking Caleb Banks. That was a player that a lot of Giants fans were eyeing up at the pick number 37.
Is he the first defensive tackle off the board?
He's the first defensive tackle off the board. He's my 36th overall player. And for interior defensive lineman, I have him as number 4. And he's the first one off the board. Where do you boys have him?
I can't remember my rankings, if I'm perfectly honest. But again, he's more of a pass rusher 3 tech than he is the run plugger. So it depends on what type of defensive tackle you're looking for. So
Yeah.
McDonald, who's my number 1, he is a run stuffer, nose tackle. Caleb Banks is more of a 3 tech, a bit more in the mold of Dex, but nowhere near the play of Dex, and that's so I can see why you might value the pass rusher, defensive tackle, but again, you're talking 30 pressures a season, if that type defensive tackle.
Yeah.
That might be why you take it first.
The Eagles have traded up to number 20 with Dallas.
Really?
Yep.
Has he been fleeced? Has Jerry been fleeced? You don't pick up the phone to the Eagles, do you?
Don't know what the trade is yet. Just seen that come through.
Yeah, but back to Caleb Banks, though, he is an older prospect, isn't he? I think he's 25.
Yeah.
Sorry, he'd be 25 before the end of his rookie season. And he kind of was a bit of a late bloomer. He didn't really start playing really good football to the end of 24 season. But did he have an injury as well? Hasn't he got a foot injury or something that need to be wary of? I do like him though. I think he's, like you said, he's a pass rushing defensive tackle who can really gap penetrator.
Yeah.
23, 114, 137.
I mean,
how many spots did they move up?
3. So that's what, a 4th and a 5th?
Yeah, and they gave up 2 5ths to move up the 1 spot earlier, so they're effectively Cowboys are getting their capital back for the previous move up.
Yeah.
The Eagles got the Cowboys 7th rounder as well.
Okay. So, are we big proponents for trading back from 37 then tomorrow night?
I think, again, it will have to depend on who's on the board. If say a Denzel Boston is there on the board, right?
Oh,
If there's a McDonald there on the board, if there's
yeah, true.
who slides out of the first round that is there available that's too good to resist, and you just stick and pick.
Chris Johnson, Brandon Cisse,
Yeah.
KC Concepcion.
But then the way you're saying it, there's a lot of players there. So does that make it more appealing to drop back because of the players you've all mentioned?
So one of those players will be on the board for sure.
Yeah,
Whether
maybe not
they're
all.
on the board, yeah. But we've seen a few surprises. Maybe Banks is probably the first reach.
Yeah.
I want to call it
Where
that. I think
where do we think Jermod McCoy goes? Tennessee cornerback. Some think he's the best cornerback in the draft, but obviously the injury missed the whole of last season. Where do we think he goes?
I'd have him as CB1 if he was fit.
I think he probably goes in the second round, but early in the second round, I would have said.
Joe Shane and John Harboughs were asked if the Giants are planning to keep Kayvon Thibodeau after drafting Arvell Reese. Harboughs says we keep all the good players as much as we can, right?
It's not a no. That's not a. Is Kayvon Thibodeau a good player?
Well, I was going to say that's such an open answer, isn't it? It's like
Literally, that's open to interpretation, isn't it?
yeah.
I mean, let Saquon go and McKinney go and Love go and Williams go and Dexter Lawrence go. Do we really keep good players?
Yeah.
Well, we do now. I mean, maybe that's a bit of a shot from Harbaugh, because maybe he said he would have kept those players.
We said it next to Joe Shane, and Joe Shane just went, "Yep."
Yeah, he Joe Shane will do as he's told now.
This is a good point.
Do we think this is a right spot for Freeling going here? Monroe Freeling, Georgia tackle, going the 19th.
It's that tackle run, right?
Yeah.
It's the last couple that are available. You've got who's 22 on Todd McShay's big board, Freeling. So we're in that sort of range. Next tackle, Caleb Lomu, Max Ionacor. They're sort of 27, 28. They might sneak into the round, and then you might see one of the guards sneak into the round. So
the Eagles didn't hang around with their pick.
A Routledge, a Pregnan, a Basontis, one of those might sneak into the round as well.
Not Chris. Thanks for joining.
Oh,
Wide receiver, I fancy this to be for the Eagles.
Lemon.
just seen it, Mekhi Lemon.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks for the spoiler, Kev.
Oh, sorry. My bad. Watch him be absolutely class for them.
Against us, yeah.
I think he's a class receiver anyway.
Here's a comment Peter put in. If the Giants trade back into the first, I'll buy everyone a succulent lager from the local Wetherspoons. Do we trade back into the first?
No, not with the draft capital we've got left. No chance. It's almost like we were talking. Let the board fall to you and sort of see who's there, which is kind of what we've done with the 5th and 10th pick. Like we let the board fall, and we pick those players again. 37. Let the board fall as it may. I can see us trading back because Joe Sheehan's got precedent. He traded back twice to get Wandale Robinson, didn't he? His first draft.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think we'll see what happens tomorrow. Obviously, we're only at pick 20. We've still got 12 selections to go in this first round. It all depends on who's available at the beginning of day 2, right?
Both picks have filled needs, right?
Big needs.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you could argue we could have gone with McFadden as the starting linebacker and got a backup linebacker, but we definitely had to take a linebacker in this draft with one of those picks. We definitely had to take a guard with one of our picks. Those are ticked off now. Doesn't mean we can't take another, but you don't have to force another pick in those positions at some point. The only hole.
John Harboughs said that Reese and Marino were in the top 4 non-quarterbacks they had on the board.
Yeah.
I mean, if that's true, it is true, obviously, then that's great value for them. And you're not going to trade out of those if that's the case.
No, I am glad we stuck with our picks and went over 5 and 10. I'm glad we didn't trade back because we got 2 very good players at the end of the day.
Do you think this is Lemon being picked here? Is AJ Brown's going to be traded today or tomorrow?
Yeah.
No, he'd be traded the 1st of June for the cap reasons. It'll be a 2027 pick. Patriots pretty much agreed, to be fair.
Yeah, he's going out the door, isn't he?
Yeah, he's going back with Vrabel. Vrabel had him at Tennessee, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah.
Didn't we have Pittsburgh going with Simpson?
Yeah, we did.
And he's long gone.
He is long gone, yeah. So this will be an interesting selection for them.
Yeah, I thought the Pittsburgh was quite a bold take that he would go to Pittsburgh. Even
I kind of at the time felt it was a little early, but obviously not.
Big crowd.
It's huge, isn't it? Or
if we ever went over for the draft, I don't know. I'd try and get those media passes for MetLife. Don't know if I'd want to go to the actual draft. I'd prefer to be like in with the beat writers and stuff.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, I'd just like to go for the draft, to be fair. I think that'd be really cool. The boys from the New York Revival are there, aren't they? In Pittsburgh.
So here's a question for you. We'll go back 12 months. Obviously, the Giants traded up to 25 to take Jackson Dart.
Yeah.
Moved just in front of the LA Rams, who then traded out not too long after. And then you fast forward 12 months later, and the Rams have took the quarterback in Ty Simpson probably earlier than what people have thought. Did the Rams want Jackson Dart last year?
100%.
Oh, yeah. Great.
100%. Definitely.
I'm pretty sure.
I mean,
that's what. Again, I think McShay or someone's, or maybe even Jordan Schultz said this was the Giants knew the Rams were going to take him, and that's why they had to get in ahead of the Rams.
The thing is, then obviously it come out on draft night. Rams were never taking Jackson Dart apparently, but obviously they're not going to come out and say, "Oh yeah, we was going to take Jackson Dart," but
no, of course not.
You're never really going to find out. I just think it's an interesting conversation to have when you think that obviously the Giants moved in front of him and then traded out, and then 12 months down the line they've now taken a quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, they definitely wanted to make sure they got him in front of Pittsburgh and other teams.
Yeah, I think they kind of had to make that pick, really, didn't they? Because when are they next on the clock?
29. No, they get up 29 days to the Chiefs.
Yeah, they like, I mean, we have to be like moaning saying, "Oh, I wish we had a third round pick," and it's like it's so frustrating not having another pick in the top 100. But you would 100 times out of 100 make that Jackson Dart trade again, wouldn't you?
Yeah, the Rams aren't on the clock now till 61 in round 2.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, you're making the Jackson Dart for that third round pick. You'd probably give up a second round pick if you knew what you knew
In hindsight,
now.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think Steelers. What do they do?
they're milking this pick, aren't they?
Offensive line here for the Steelers.
Yeah, hometown team. Obviously, last year the hometown team took a wide receiver. Not sure they're taking a wide receiver here with Lemon just going off the board. Obviously, lots of people predicting Cooper Jr. going in the first round, Denzel Boston in the first round.
They got the tackle from Arizona State.
But they're continuing this tackle run. People are desperate for these tackles. This is early for this guy. Like,
sorry, who Dan? Dan, who have they picked? Dan, what's his name?
Really, Kev? Really? It's 3:10 in the morning, man. Ian Atchell.
Very good, Ian Atchell. Yes, bang on. You nailed that one.
There we go. Max Ian Atchell.
Yeah, he moved over from Nigeria at 13, didn't he?
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
He never played football in high school. He played basketball and football and soccer, like. And he only played football at JUCO because he was massive.
Similar route to Jermaine Illuminor, right?
Yeah. Oh no, he came over to play football. Yeah.
But late start, like played JUCO route. Like, and this is
the thing is, like, go on.
I say this is the absolute earliest I think anyone had him going, right? But like the tackle run is way well into this tackle run. It's pushing all these guys up. He was a guy that was, a top of the second round type of guy that has obviously gone through the draft process well, and he's snuck into the middle of the first round.
Fair play to him. I mean, I've got him as tackle 4. Was he went to what? His JUCO college at 240 pounds, and he's up to like 320 now or something like.
Big boy.
And he is good as well. I mean, like, he's a little bit raw, obviously, because he's been playing football for 5 years or something total. But
it's mad.
Yeah, I mean, he's like, I think he's got really light feet. He's really good at resetting. You know, when edge rushers get into him, he's really good at resetting, getting his hands. I mean, he's a project, but he's got the quality to be a starting right tackle in the league.
Could we see a guard go here for the Chargers? Obviously, the O-line problems they had last season. And a lot of the tackles are gone. Lomu's the other option, but maybe they go guard. Again, some of these edge rushers.
You think it's
the next wave of edge rushers are still all on the board as well?
Well, speaking of guard, actually, Pregnon, where do you think he goes? Or how early do you think he goes? Not team, I mean, but do you think he goes before the end of the first round?
So this is what I was just starting to formulate in my head, right? I think the Maui Noah pick might look a lot better by the time we get to 37 because there's no guards left.
So, like,
Right,
if the run of Pregnon, Bizontis,
it's
Rutledge, if that starts to happen now,
yeah.
great pick for
Here
them.
we go. Edge. See, this is a steal at 22.
Yeah,
Like I was just saying that the second wave of edge rushers hadn't gone yet, and this is a steal at 22. This is
Yeah.
a BPA type pick, right?
definitely. I mean, he is older. Obviously, he's 25. He's been in college like forever. But yeah, it's a great pick here.
Yeah, but I think some of these 25-year-old guys, right? Pregnon's in that kind of same bucket. These are guys that would have been day 3 guys that you needed to develop, but because of their NIL, they're staying in college and they're doing their development in college, and they're actually coming out as their ceiling rather than coming out and needing development.
I remember, like, when Notre Dame played Miami, like, him and Bean were just a nightmare to deal with. You can just see that they were NFL caliber players.
Who's on the clock now? Dallas are back on the clock now.
What's Jerry gonna do?
So I picked 23. 10 more picks to go, boys and girls.
Where did we go with Dallas's pick in our mock?
Jamal McCoy,
Quarterback.
obviously without the trade down.
Mm-hmm.
So just looking at some big boards, Todd McShay had Arvell Reese number 2. He had Francis Mawanoa number 9. And the Beast had Arvell Reese number 1. And he had Francis Mawanoa. Bear with me, he's not in his top 10. Number 11.
I mean, it kind of makes you feel better about the picks, no?
No.
Shane, if we get to 37 tomorrow and Pregnon, Bisontis, and Routledge had all gone by then, would that make you feel better about taking the guard in the first round?
No. If I wanted a guard, I'd have took UNA. I think UNA is a much better guard than what Mawanoa is going to be.
We'll find out over the next 4 years. If he makes it as a tackle, though, would that change it? If he actually is the starting right tackle after we move on from Illuminor?
I can't answer that. I don't know. It could be 2-3 years from now in regards to answer that, and in that case, then it's like, well, what have we done in them 2 or 3 years?
2 Super Bowls?
Could be, or could be as the last 5 years where it's been fucking 6 top 10 picks.
Oh, don't. Are we surprised more cornerbacks haven't gone yet?
Nah.
No. I think they're top of the second round is where that run starts.
I've got Hood, Johnson, sort of like late first, early second, and I've got Cisse like top 50 pick. What about Dylan Thieneman? He was sort of projected to go very early, like first half of the draft.
That cooled off again, safety positional value stuff.
Yeah.
And there was definitely a cooling on him and EMW as well.
For those that have got our draft Bible, thanks to Kevin Shane for the draft Bible this year. Mel Kiper had actually mocked Francis Marino to the Giants at 10. So he got that spot on.
Do you have a little screenshot of the draft able to pop up to show people what it looks like?
I've got it open on my screen right here.
Do you want to screen share? No.
Yeah, if I don't know how to do it, there we go.
McCoy is still available.
He is,
He's going to be the next cornerback off the board, or whether it's going to be Colton Hood.
It could be. This could be one of those, like, who was it last year? The Michigan cornerback who slid out of the first.
Not Will
Johnson. No,
Will Johnson. I was going to say Will Campbell. I was like, that's the fucking tackle.
Yeah, with T-Rex arms.
Let's see who Dallas have picked.
Who do you reckon Dallas are going to take here?
I know Shane's gonna be annoyed because Dallas is going to pick two players that are better than the two players we picked, in his opinion.
Have you seen the Dallas pick?
Not yet.
No.
Oh, you'd City. I don't know who I fancy Dallas to take here, to be honest.
I've just seen it.
Malachi Lawrence.
All right, spoilers.
Oh, sorry.
I didn't see it was a guess. That was a guess for me.
What do we think of Lawrence?
Daniel Jeremiah had him mocked to Dallas at 20.
Yeah,
I don't think he's a first rounder.
I don't think he's a first rounder. I think he's early. I had him as early second.
What do you have? 27.5 tackles for loss and 19.5 sacks in his 3 seasons at UCF. .250, 4.52, 40-yard dash. Kind of had a 1-year breakout kind of guy as well. So he had 7 sacks and 11 tackles for loss. So nearly half of his, or certainly over a third of his production this last season. But top 50 guy, but I would have said top 15 on day 2 rather than here. But again, they traded down. I feel they can take a swing on an upside guy rather than taking a sure thing.
Yeah, true. He's got a nice spin move. I mean, you see him like do a spin move, like he's got, and he has other sort of pass rush moves as well. But I know he can be kind of. I think like once offensive tackles get their hands on him cleanly, he doesn't really disengage very well. I mean, he wins by quickness. Like he needs to win the move early in the rep. Do you know what I mean?
So Brown's pick is in. Do you think? Obviously, they went with the. Oh no, didn't they with their first pick? No. What did they take? Delane. Fano, yeah, they did take Fano with their first pick. So this could be the wide receiver. So this could be Boston. This could be Cooper Jr. Casey Conception. I would expect this to be wide receiver to give their quarterback, whichever one it is that's playing quarterback, a target after giving them some protection. Obviously, Todd Monken is their head coach, who was heavily rumored to be ROC until he took that job. Offensive coach, offensive positions for him, maybe.
There are certain rules that homeowners need everyone to follow. Progressive can save you for making a difference, but we can't save you plenty. But hold on with us. You got a zipper. To start new jobs, new projects, and stock up on new tools.
Sorry, who's up next?
It's the Browns. The pick is in, and also they took
Because
Fano
then
with
they
their
got the
first.
Bears on the clock.
And
Oh,
the
just in the break.
they would go
That's annoying.
wide receiver.
Oh,
and-
Shane said it's annoying for someone
No,
who
just
likes.
annoying. Just annoying that I've seen it.
Oh,
So
Yeah, I
they
mean,
went tackle in the first pick. The other position was wide receiver that was heavily rumored, so they didn't know which way round they would do it with their 2 picks.
Yeah.
Boston, Cooper Jr., Casey Conception, all still on the board.
I think Omar Cooper Jr. makes sense for them. He's like such an all-round wide receiver, isn't he? He does all like the dirty work and stuff like that. Although I love Denzel Boston. I just think he's that prototypical X receiver who would fit our scheme fantastically well. You were always high on Denzel Boston, weren't you, Shane?
Yeah. I was higher on him than most was.
For me, he was the third best wide receiver, and I really like him as but he's a outside guy. Like I said, there's problems in his tape. Like I say, Pons, who it was about 9 inches smaller than him, put him on his backside, quite comfortably. So, there's issues. But the other option, but he's obviously an outside guy. If you go for a slot, there's Cooper Jr., there's Casey Conception.
Oh,
Casey Conception. There you go. He
So his
does
real
go
name
the
is
first round.
Kevin.
But it's not the one I would have picked.
his real name is Kevin Conception.
So why is he called Casey then?
Kevin Conception. Concepcion.
Kevin Conception. That makes absolutely no sense.
He's called KC because his name's Kevin Concepcion.
Too many drops.
What?
Too many drops for you, Shane? Casey Conception?
Loads of drops.
Say that again, sorry.
Too many drops for you, Casey Conception.
Yeah, that's why you weren't in my top 5.
Although he was excellent against Notre Dame again, like he's just plucked everything out of the air.
I do really like him, to be fair, as a player, but the drops are high. Dan's got the draft Bible up. Dan, bring up Conception's page.
Oh, nice. Look at that draft Bible, people. Look at that.
That's
That's
good, isn't
a
it?
thing of beauty. I wonder, something like that would cost, I don't know, what, £10 normally, would it? 10, 15 quid, something like that normally?
Maybe even more than that, you know.
Yeah. And how much is this one costing?
Absolutely nothing.
Sorry, that's a free? Free?
Lovely, buy me a
10%
coffee.
drop rate.
There is.
So you can see there he was Dane Brugler's wide receiver number 4. Was mocked in the first round by Daniel Jeremiah, and is that it? I think it was 40. Is that 42 to Mel Kuiper?
Yeah, and 21 with
There you can see there,
Yeah, so
101 targets, 61 catches, 919 yards, 9 touchdowns. He had a high contested catch rate, 66%, but that drop rate is just a little bit
very
too
high.
I like it.
He's
Anything
so
else?
shifty, though, isn't he?
Anything
Yeah,
over 6 or 7% high.
He will be, a kick returner day one as well.
Yeah.
He had a couple of, I think he had a couple of kick return touchdowns in college, right? So he'll come in straight away, slot guy. He's not as small as Wandale Robinson, but he's in that mold.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, it's a great comp, to be fair. Yeah.
I mean, he's still 5'11". He's not 5'8" or whatever it is that Wandale is.
Yeah.
But similar, that is the type of player that you're hoping to get here.
We know, Holly. We know.
He's like the drops are a little bit worrisome. But like I think he had like 4 fumbles as well in his career, which isn't great for a wide receiver. And he's not the best blocker on the perimeter, is he?
So he had 31 touchdowns in his last 3 seasons, 25 receiving, 3 rushing, 2 punt returns, and 1 passing.
He's kind of like the ultimate gadget player, isn't he? Because you can play him in the backfield a little bit. He has taken handoffs in the past.
Yeah.
The Bears pick us in. That means the Buffalo Bills are on the clock. Oh no, the Houston Texans are now on the clock because it looks like they've traded up with Buffalo.
Who are Houston jumping San Francisco for?
So hard to predict these little moves around the back end of the first, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what they've jumped San Francisco. San Francisco take a receiver.
Well, Cooper's there on the board. He got his pro page up on the draft
Cooper's right there on the board. Yeah,
right there.
Would you be taking a receiver if you were the Texans with the number of receivers that you've got?
Well, there was talk today about them trading Nico Collins.
Yeah.
I mean, they just picked up his 5th-year option, didn't they? There was a 5th-year option they picked up? Or
maybe, but his salary is half of what he would be if he was a free agent, wide receiver 1 salary. So
yeah,
that's where the pressure is coming from. And do you want to pay him? Obviously, he's had a few injuries. Do you want to pay him or do you want to move on from him?
So the players left in my top 20 are Jermon McCoy, Omar Cooper Jr., Denzel Boston, and Dylan Thieneman.
Who do you think Chicago go for?
I think I would say one of the defensive tackles, so maybe McDonald. Would be a great pick here
I can see that.
Yeah, quite possibly.
They were rumored to be in on Dexter Lawrence.
They were. I think they went quite strongly for Lawrence, didn't they?
The thing is, this pick now 25, like, wouldn't have got it done. Do you know what I mean? We did well to get number 10 from Bengals, to be fair.
Yeah,
One trench guy for another.
Getting the 10th pick in return for Dex is I think it's a great trade. But will it work out?
I think it will. I think
only time will tell.
Yeah.
So the trade. So the Bills get. So Texans get 26 and 91, and the Bills get 28, 69 and 167.
Here we go.
Thieneman.
Right side of the ball for the Bears for sure.
There it is. Thieneman. Dane Brady rated him as his number 2 safety.
Yeah, he's my number 2 safety.
All 3 analysts had him going higher than he has gone at 25. So
Yeah.
Have Chicago got themselves a little bit of a steal there?
I think so. I think he's a great player, to be fair. He's so fast as well. He's
very
some people
quick,
say
isn't
he plays a bit like Javon Holland. Imagine like he's what, over 200 pounds, and he ran a 4.3640.
It's very good.
Plays special teams as well, like, which, yeah.
So the Bills get moved back 2 spots, pick up a early third in exchange for a late third and a 5th rounder.
Yeah.
That's decent, to be fair.
2 spots, yeah.
So we got 2 spots, yeah. Buffalo got a nice little selection there.
Texans, I was saying wide receiver, but if you think about it, what they really need is offensive line. I think in our mock, we take an offensive lineman to
Houston.
Wide receiver to Niners. Yeah, this could be a lineman. I know McShay had 49ers taking a lineman. Could this be one of the guards for Texans? We know that O-line's not fantastic.
No, it's not been great.
Dolphins have traded to 27 with the 49ers.
They have.
Dolphins have.
Yeah. Dolphins have moved
49ers
up.
got jumped.
Back.
The 49ers got jumped, and then they've traded back now that they've been jumped.
Yeah.
We got 7 picks left, lads.
Yeah, I think there's only.
Did say at the back of the first round is might be get quite lively with people moving up and down.
Yeah.
And I think this is more of a pattern for tomorrow as well, because this is the get your guys draft, right? You go up and get the guy that you like, and it might be a bit of a reach to somebody, because.
But if you like him, you like him, right?
Exactly. Yeah. And because it's such a broadly flat tier from here on down to the middle of the third round, just go and get your guy.
Yeah. So the 49ers and Dolphins trade. The Dolphins get 27 and 138, whereas the 49ers in return get 30 and 90. So they pick up a third and give away their 4th.
So that's
4th or 5th.
Almost like cents on the dollar, right, compared to this trade.
Yeah, so essentially they've moved up into the third and they've given up their 4th. So it's not a bad trade. The Dolphins have given up a third and picked up a 4th to move up 3 spots. It's not a bad trade. Keenan Rutledge, okay.
Wow. Routledge, the first guard of the next batch of guards. That's early, Shane.
Yeah. I said I could see a guard going earlier. I said it'd be Pregnon.
Yeah. Now, in Schrager's first mock, he had Routledge in the first round, and that was a big surprise. No one had talked him being a first round guy. He was more of a third round guy, I think.
He was commonly in the third round in mock, but on PFF.
Yeah, and so this is super early for him.
I do like him though. I think I had him guard 4 or 5, I think.
Yeah, he was guard 4 in the Beast.
Yeah, he's he's played at lower level competition. Played Middle Tennessee for 2 years before moving to Georgia Tech for his final 2 years. I don't think he gave up a sack this last year.
No, he didn't.
So what he's put out there has been good, but again, it's like one of these small schooler guys. But we have seen that work at guard. Look at the Super Bowl winning rookie guard last year, right?
And to be fair, he was Todd McShay's guard too. He had Uwane at 1, Rutledge at 2, Pregnon 3, and Bisontis at 4.
Well, the Dolphins pick is in. And Buffalo are on the clock, back on the clock now. So yeah, Art Stapleton put on X a little while ago. Arvell Reese will start off at inside linebacker next to Jermaine Edmonds. He'll move all over. Says he was their top non-quarterback on the board. Francis Manoa will kick inside to right guard. Kind of what we knew anyway, but that seems to be the plan.
So do we want to address a bit of the elephant in the room, so to speak?
Go on.
Our wide receiver. Do we want to talk about him and his comments? Obviously,
Neighbours.
not particularly a fan of either Pickett's team. He also thinks they should have gone for Downs over Moanoe. He's on a podcast with. I think is he on with Mike?
He's on.
I'm glad about that division, but I'd rather get him than play against him.
Yeah, he's with Micah, isn't he?
The fact that it's like the very, like you guys were up on the clock. I even told him, I said,
Yeah, he's on Bleacher Report with Micah Parsons. Someone said, I can only imagine what the conversation will be like tomorrow between Malik Neighbours and John Harbaugh.
Yeah, because to me, whilst I might agree with his comments, I'm not employed by the organisation and I'm not paid by the organisation, because if I was, I'd probably not put myself in them positions.
Yeah. So his comment said, I'd rather get him than play against him. I've got to play against this thing again. Bro, he's good. He's very good. He's very good. That was his reaction to the Cowboys selecting Caleb Downs. So he said about Arvell Reese, where do you play him? I mean, I think John Harbough's made that quite clear where he's going to play him.
Like I said, I don't disagree with what he said, but probably just not the wisest comments to make, really.
Yeah, not great. Doesn't look good for him, does it really?
No.
But at the same time, obviously, like everyone's entitled to their opinions. But if you're on a podcast that's streaming live, maybe don't be so critical of your team and.
Can you hear me? 1, 2.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. The microphone cut out there, so it's no.
Don't spoil it.
Wow.
I've not seen it yet.
I was wondering why you boys were ignoring me there for ages.
We weren't. We just couldn't hear you, Kev.
I know. I've got these 2 new mics, and the battery ran out of one, so I was there talking away, and I thought these boys are being very rude to me right now.
Right, yeah, Shane.
Yeah, I've seen it now.
Chris Johnson, good pick for
I love
Miami.
the player. Love the player. I didn't think he was going to be the next. Well, you were saying this a minute ago, Shane, weren't you? Next corner off the board, and you know, is it going to be this one? Is it going to be that one? I don't think we expected it to be Chris Johnson, even though we all love him.
I didn't see him as CB2.
Well, take McCoy out for injury, because that's obviously worrying everyone. For me, he was. If you're taking him out, he's CB3 for me.
Behind Hood.
Correct.
Yeah, he's ranked CB3 in the Beast.
My number 30th overall player.
Ran a 4.440.
He was CB2 for
The Patriots have traded out of the first round, by the looks of it.
Who have, sorry?
The Patriots.
They traded with Buffalo to get to 28. They were at 31.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Oh. So speaking about, I made a point earlier, but if you heard this, just tell me, or maybe when my mic was out, about a my guys draft and trading up and down.
So say that again, sorry.
So with this being a my guys draft, trading up and down, was my mic off for this point?
Yes.
It must
Yeah.
have been, yeah.
Okay. I was wondering, because it was such a good point. I was wondering why no one commented on it. I'm
We
joking,
weren't ignoring you, mate.
but the point that was, like, again, like, you trade up for your guys, but also if you've got a guy that can sense, say for example now, Giants at 37, for example, if your guy is a my guy and everyone has him as a 3rd round pick or a 4th round pick, then maybe you would trade back a few spots because you kind of have a feel that no one else will actually take him.
Don't spoil the pick. Don't spoil the pick.
I ain't seen it yet.
That's what I said, don't spoil it.
I reckon receiver.
You'll find out in a second.
Okay. I suppose that makes sense after the Super
They-
Bowl,
they-
actually.
They can move their starting tackle to guard. He's got short arms.
Oh, someone said it. He actually was in for a 30 visit with the Giants, wasn't he, Caleb Lowe?
I think
Yeah.
he's a right tackle, though, isn't he?
No, he played left. It was Fano
He
played
played
right.
left and Fano was right.
Fano was the right, yeah.
Yeah, he's the.
If we
like,
go to his page, we'll see snaps for the season. 800 at left and then 18 at right. Is that?
Yeah.
Offensive tackle 5 for the Beast. Offensive tackle 6 for Todd McShay.
He was 5 for me. Where was he for you, Shane?
I think he was 4, maybe. I ain't got my my big board out.
What about you, Aaron?
I think that he was just maybe he was 6, maybe he was 5. With the tackles, remember I had the Fano and
Yes, right.
Maui Noah as like a asterisk.
So I can confirm he was tackle 3 for me, and tackle 4 for Mayo, and your tackle 5, Kev.
I liked
7
him more than I
tackles
liked
gone.
Proctor, and that was the over under number, right, for lineman. I think was 7.
Do we see another one creep in? Who would it be? I think a massive drop off now. I think
Yeah, I think your next one's kind of
I've got Caleb
Alex
Tiernan
maybe?
from Northwestern.
yeah. Dunker, but again, I think we all agree that Dunker's going to kick into guard.
Yep.
There you go. There's your top 5s.
Maybe that's why New England decided to move up. So tackles.
Yeah, fall off.
I did want to ask you, Dan.
Well,
I was looking at your top fives when I was writing them all out. Can
Oh,
I
yeah.
ask, why does
Yeah.
a player, where is he? Why does a player named Squirrel not end up at number 1?
Where is he? I can't remember.
Wide
Wide
receiver.
receiver Squirrel White at number 2.
So let me
I seen
scroll up through it.
Squirrel and I was like, how is that not number 1?
I mean, I spend a long time like compiling my list. Yeah. So the fact that the guy at number 1, his name is Omega.
Yes. Yes,
Omega.
Dan.
Like, I mean, it was between those two. To be fair, I think there was almost like 1A, 1B. I think they were both absolutely fantastic. And then the guy that's named after Treeball Mints, Treeball Penner, your boy
Well,
Shane.
he came in for a local visit, didn't he?
Yeah.
And then I had to have Joseph Manjack just because it's fucking hilarious, right?
Don't be surprised if Treeborn Pena doesn't come as an UDFA for us.
Yeah. Well, you say that. If they like him that much, maybe they'd take him with one of the last picks to make sure they get him.
If they had a 7th, I would say they would, but because he's a shifty slot receiver, isn't he?
You never know. We could make some moves and pick up a 7th round pick.
And I think a certain Navy playmaker might be slightly ahead on their board.
Maybe, you reckon?
Yeah, I can't remember his name right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. If he's not, your board's an F grade.
I mean, I'm sure his name's quite familiar with
Yeah.
Giants Nation.
Elite,
First name,
someone
anyway.
might say.
Yeah, possibly. But while we're on a commercial break on the main feed, let's have a look at my top 5, shall we? Just because.
Please. Because I haven't seen them yet.
Have you not? Cool. Okay, so quarterbacks. Maverick McIver. Come on.
I mean, excellent name.
Come on.
Sounds like a fucking Top Gun.
It literally like 100%. I was like Maverick, Top Gun. There we go. And his surname being McIver as well was hilarious. I believe that's Aaron done for the night. Quite possibly.
Boy.
He did say he was gonna drop out soon. Number 2, Taj Bullock. I mean,
Okay. Self-explanatory.
make of that what you will. After that, it's kind of like Slim Pickens a little bit. Sawyer Robertson, just because I thought like it sounds like that's a very American name. DeJuan Mathis or D1 Mathis, what are you going to call him? And then Ralph Rucker the 4th. Why do you need to be the 4th? Come on.
Why did 4 mothers think Ralph was a good name?
There we go. And also, my favorite character in The Simpsons is Ralph Wiggum. So,
Well, Peter Wood's gone.
Ooh, okay.
Surrounded by
That's
everyone dressed in
interesting.
white. Peter Woods to the Kansas City Chiefs. Nice. So, yeah, they're my top 5 quarterbacks.
Nice.
Let's go to running backs. Here we go. Chip Trayanum, just because his name's Chip.
Hey,
Jam
Chip.
Miller. To be fair, Jam Miller. After I sent it to Shane, I thought Jam Miller actually probably goes to number 1, but it is what it is.
It's a good running back,
Barika-
Jam Miller. He's just a awful Alabama offensive line.
Yeah, Barika Capinu, just because. I mean, again, his name's hilarious. Kentrell Bullock, again, obvious reasons.
Went for 2 Bullocks,
one,
yeah?
Yeah, mate. If you've got one, you've got to have another one, right?
Yeah.
And then last one, Truman Warremeyer. One of my favorite films of all time is the Truman Show.
Nice.
So
Great film.
I saw that name. And I I was like, yeah, it's got to be in there. Receivers we've already done, haven't we? I believe. Yeah, receivers already done. Joseph Manjack. Just every time I see that name makes me laugh. He should have been higher up, to be fair. Where are we? Tight ends next, isn't it? When I get there. There we go. Lake McCree. Why are you calling your son Lake? Hayden Large,
Maybe it was
again, kind of self-explanatory. Isaiah Cummings, again, pretty self-explanatory. Then there's this name, Varkeys Gums. I'm like,
that is brilliant.
what? One, Varkeys with an apostrophe in the middle,
Yeah.
and two, your surname is Gums. That's gotta say.
That's more confusing than anything.
The Jets pickers in, yeah. And then the last one, Justin Wolf. Who wouldn't want the surname Wolf, right?
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Commissioner's at the
Jets
podium.
pickers in. That's the third pick of the first round, isn't it?
Oh, great pick.
Oh, stand by. Yeah, can't argue with that, can you?
There
I
he
mean,
is.
it makes too much sense.
I
I'm
mean,
surprised he fell that far.
Daniel
they trade
Jeremiah
up
and
for
Mel
that
Kiper both. Daniel Jeremiah and Mel Kiper both mocked him to the Jets, but at 16. So
Yeah, I was gonna say he was mocked to a lot earlier for these guys.
yeah. 69 receptions, 937 yards, 13 touchdowns.
I'd love him to
Not bad,
fall into us, you know.
It's not a bad return.
Yeah, I mean, he'd be the perfect number 2 wide receiver, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's tall, 6 foot, just under 200 pounds.
Who do you think the two are standing out at the minute? I think it's like kind of round one.
Yeah.
Caden McDonald, Christian Miller, Brandon
Christian
Ceesay,
Miller, Denzel Boston,
and
EMW.
who's the one I'm thinking of? Hood, Colton Hood.
Oh my God, yeah.
So the Jets traded up with San Francisco.
What'd they give?
To come back into the first round. Don't know the trade yet. So the Jets now get the Niners now get their first pick in the second round.
Trade. Tennessee's moved into the first round.
Who are they coming up for?
Boston.
They want to get into Seattle. Jadarian
Who
Price?
did they draft? Who?
They've traded up with Buffalo. So Buffalo have dropped back 3 times. Buffalo have dropped back 3 times.
For somebody. It's either going to
Who
be
have they got already?
Tate.
Oh yeah, Tate. They got Tate. Who else? And who have they been mocked to a lot? CJ Allen, linebacker.
The pick is in.
I think this could be a DB.
I was just about to say, I think potentially defender.
Emmanuel McNeil Warren, maybe. Colton Hood.
Brandon Ceesay.
Keldrick Falk.
So the last pick is now on the clock. Seattle are now on the clock. The
I
first
really
round's almost over, boys.
Caden McDonald tomorrow, you know.
He's sticking out like a sore thumb, isn't he?
Mm.
For me, it's him and Miller. I'd be ecstatic with either of them.
Him and who, sorry? Miller?
Yeah.
Well, Robert
Okay,
Salah's
Georgia.
on the phone. Robert Salah's on the phone in the war room for the Titans. So
I think
Is
this
it
is
a
this is a DB. I know it's Seattle.
I mean,
Did they lose by Maffei this off season? Seattle.
yeah, Maffei went to
Was he like the
fuck.
Steelers or
No, I know he went to Ravens, no?
I feel like it was an AFC North team.
who are we talking about? Sorry,
Boy Maffei.
he went to the Bengals, didn't he?
Bengals, of course he did.
I only know that because obviously I was looking at the Bengals defense the other day after Dex got traded.
Yeah.
See, I've come up for.
Wow.
I'll let you know.
That's some showing.
320,000 people
That's some showing.
are there. That's insane.
Oh, Keldrick, fuck, edge rusher.
All right,
I
spoilers.
like him, you know.
No.
Oh,
Fucking
sorry.
hell. I
Every
literally
time.
just said AC it.
Every
Jeez.
time.
My bad. Great pick, though. He's a proper 4-3 edge rusher, run stuff. Oh, I do like him, to be fair. He's a better player than his production suggests.
So he was edge 4 in the beast. $30 pressures, 27 hurries, 1 quarterback hit, 12 sacks, 26 tackles. Pass rush win rate of 10.2%.
Young as well.
Yeah, he's 21, 6'6", 275 pounds. Big guy.
I mean, there's a lot of good players left on the board, lads.
So they moved up ahead of Seattle to pick Keldrick Falk. So did they have intel to say that that's who the Seahawks are looking at? Or did they just want to come up and get their guy?
Well, it could be both. Also, edge rusher. It gives you that extra 5th year, doesn't it? It gives you that extra year of control over him.
Yeah.
I wonder do we know what the compensation was?
Yeah. Sleeper have just put it out. Obviously, they jumped up 4 spaces. I think they swapped 3rd round picks and 5th or something like that.
To be fair, that's quite a big jump in the 3rd. Because you're going from the back end of the 3rd to the front end.
Nah, it weren't that big of a jump. So
okay.
Titans get up 35, 66, 101, and the Bills gave up 31, 69, and 165. So for some reason, there was only a 3-pick gap between each other in the 3rd round. So I don't know who's got whose draft pick there.
Okay.
And then obviously, Titans gave up a 4th. Bills gave up a... No. Bills gave up... Bills got a 4th round pick. Titans got a 6th round pick.
Okay.
Nice.
The Seahawks pick is in, boys.
Here we go. First round done.
So we're on the board in 5 picks time.
We are.
You've
What
got
players are jumping out at you then, Shane?
So you've got there's 4 that stand out to me.
Yeah.
Colton Hood, Brandon Ceesay, Caden McDonald, and Christian Miller.
Who's the first one? Sorry.
Colton Hood.
Yeah. Would you take a punt on McCoy?
I mean, you took a punt on a guy who's got a bad back, so why not?
Oh.
Fair.
I mean, you got McCoy, Boston, McNeil Warren, Hood, Christian Miller, McDonald.
I think if you're not gonna trade back, defensive tackle makes the most sense.
Yeah.
Because in the 4th round, you're still going to get a half decent wide receiver or a half decent cornerback.
Yeah.
Where do you think Seattle have gone with 32?
Jadarian Price, running back, Notre Dame. I joke.
I mean, there's a lot of chatter about these and Stukes.
I love Stukes. He's just so versatile, isn't he? He can play like nickel, slot, deep safety, like split. He can, you can move them all around the back 7. Like,
I always feel like Seattle are that team that always just something a little bit mental,
different.
A little bit out there.
Would they go?
A bit.
Would they go
Where'd that
McNeil
come
Warren
from?
here?
That's what I'm looking. Well, I'm looking at a DB again.
Here comes
So
them.
you
Yeah,
got Devon Weatherspoon. Your other cornerback's Josh Jobe, and you've not really got much depth there. Julian Love at safety. You got Toyo Kaida, and obviously you got Nicky Manwari. Dalsing for one of the defensive tackles. There's nothing on the offensive line still there. Running back or corner, I reckon here. Just trying to like Jadarian Price a lot, apparently.
Kev called it a minute ago. Said Jadarian Price. So do we? No, as in he didn't call it as in like the pick. He called it as in like this is who he thinks it is.
With our mock earlier, wasn't it?
We mocked Eric McAllister. Oh, that guy's shouting into that microphone.
Ha! Ha!
There you go. Right, that is the first round of the draft done and dusted.
How are we feeling?
Yeah. Not good, actually.
Sheen showing off the guns.
Oh, I'm knackered.
Welcome to the gun show.
Aye.
Welcome to the gun show.
I can't believe Jadarian Price went in the first round.
He's that good. The problem was he was behind Jeremiah Love.
It's not that I don't think he's good. I just think that it's a little bit early.
So,
Well, at least
Holty asked a question in the comments. Do we go wide receiver at 37 or defensive tackle?
oh.
D tackle. I think the drop off's so real.
So yeah. So who
should we do a cheeky little mock?
get it up? Let's do a cheeky mock. Who would you want at wide receiver, and who would you want at defensive tackle?
Stand by whilst I look at the mock and see whether it's accurate at the moment.
So I have two wide receivers who I would take at 37. And I have two defensive tackles I would take at 37.
There you go. So the last time two running backs from the same school were drafted in the first round was 2008. Darren McFadden and Felix Jones were taken from Arkansas.
Jesus. That was one of the most unpredictable first nights, wasn't it?
You might be best off.
It was very unpredictable. I think just because once you got outside of the top 10, even the top 10 was a little bit
all over the place.
Yeah, but once you got outside the top 10, there was just very unpredictable, and I think some surprises in there too.
Okay, so
right,
bear with me.
So while you bring that up, Shane, I will just run back through the entire first round just as a little recap. So Fernando Mendoza at 1 to the Raiders. Edge David Bailey to the Jets at 2. Jeremiah Love to the Cardinals at 3. Carnell Tate was the first surprise, really, going to the Titans at 4. Arvell Reese, obviously, to the Giants at 5. Cornerback Mansour Delane to the Chiefs at 6. Linebacker Sonny Styles to the Commanders at 7. Receiver Jordan Tyson, Shane was happy with this, to the Saints at number 8. Spencer Fano, tackle to the Cleveland Browns at number 9. And then rounding out top 10, Francis Mariano came to New York with the 10th pick. Surprise, surprise, Dallas then jumped up to number 11 and took Caleb Downs from Ohio State. At 12, Caden Proctor, the tackle to Miami. I think the first real big surprise was Ty Simpson going to the Rams at 13. And then Vega Ioane went to the Ravens at 14. Reuben Bain to the Buccaneers at 15. Kenyon Sadiq selected by the Jets at number 16. Blake Miller, a tackle, went to the Lions at 17. Number 18, Caleb Banks. Number 19, Monroe Freeland. And rounding out the top 20 was Makai Lemon going to the Eagles. Got a fly in my face. And then comes the masses of trades in the last sort of 10 to 12 picks. Max Iheanacho to the Steelers at 21. Akeem Mesidor to the Chargers at 22. Malachi Lawrence to the Cowboys at 23. Casey Concepcion to the Browns at 24. Chicago then picked up Dylan Thieneman at 25. Caden Rutledge went at 26 to Houston. Chris Johnson went to the Dolphins at 27. Caleb Lomu went to the Patriots at 28. Peter Woods to the Chiefs at 29. Omar Cooper Jr. to the Jets at 30. And then rounding out the first round, Kendrick Folk to the Titans at 31. And Jadarian Price from Cavs Notre Dame at 32 to the Seattle Seahawks. There was quite a few trades in that first round. I'm not going to go through them all because it is 10 past 4 in the morning. And Shane, let's get Mocky before we go.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 trades in total in the first round.
11.
Wow. And we weren't one of them.
But you think the first one was the Chiefs moving up to 6, wasn't it, with the Browns?
So this is a new website I've just discovered and come across because I was trying to find a mock draft that was up to date with the first round, and this one happens to have it.
Oh, nice.
So on the Giants, I'm hoping it's going to work.
Yeah.
So Boston goes to the Niners. Caden McDonald goes to the Cardinals.
PFF is up to date, by the way.
McNeil Warren goes to the Raiders. So that leaves the Giants with these players on the right. It's suggesting we go for a cornerback, with the 3 suggestions being Colton Hood, Avion Terrell, and Brandon Cisse.
For me, it's either...
They had an absolute mental trade here. Sorry. What is this trade? Oh, okay. So that was the trade. Oh, okay. So, yeah. So they had the Packers trading up with the Bills.
Oh,
that's already... It's fair play to them having it in so quick.
Yeah, it's actually decent.
PFF, I've got that. Is up to date as well, mate. Just as FYI.
I like this one though because this has got projected trades. PFF never does trades.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean the one who's gone that you kind of hoping for is Caden McDonald, I think, Kev.
Yeah.
22 years old, 6'2", 326 pounds.
Do you know, I'd go Miller or Hood here, to be fair.
I said I'm higher on Brandon Cisse than a lot of other people. I'm 20 years old. Mamino is 20 years old. Arvell Reese is 20 years old.
So again,
corner, we go IDL. That's the thing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying go for him right now, but I'm just a lot higher on Brandon Cisse than a lot of others am.
Cool. I'd happily go Cisse there because he would start opposite the Debo.
I mean, he's got good size, 6 foot, 189 pounds. Colton Hood's 6 foot, 193 pounds, so they're very similar. Hood has got 1 inch longer arms, slightly less wingspan. If you wanted to consider Terrell as well, a little bit smaller, 5'11", but 186 pounds. So they're all within an inch, couple of pounds of each other.
Yeah, they're all very similar, to be fair. But so I'm happy with either. I'm happy to go Cisse and then lock down that number 2 cornerback position.
Does it not?
Is Christian Miller still there?
I'm just looking to see whether it doesn't seem to want to let you trade.
That's cool. So for me, it'd be right. Cornerback.
So we've got 2 trades on the table.
Yeah.
So we'd be getting 49 and 82 for pick 37. Or
100%.
We'd be getting moving back to 55,
86
a little bit further back, but you also getting a 3rd and a 4th as well.
I would say personally, I'll take the trade from Minnesota if you want to go with a trade at this point.
Kev, thoughts?
Just because we're not dropping back so far.
Heck it, trade. Minnesota, let's go.
Should we trade, see what happens?
Go on.
So we've traded. They took Avion Terrell. CJ Allen goes to the Texans. Bisonte
Let's see, say still there. Is
Young-
Cisse still there? He's still there.
That's just hell. TJ Parker's gone. Zachariah Branch. Colton Hood's just gone at 44 to the Jets. There goes Brandon Cisse to the Ravens. There goes Christian Miller to the Bucks. This is the problem with dropping down kind of 12 picks. You start to lose a lot here. D'Angelo Pons, Kev?
Nope. Too small.
You've got Lee Hunter available.
Yes.
6'3", 318. They've got Traden Stoops as a cornerback. I think he's a safety personally.
Agree. For me, on my board, Hunter would be above any cornerbacks that's left on my board.
Yeah. So should we take Hunter?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the cornerbacks, the depth there's gone now. So yeah, that's a good shout.
And Hunter will come in and be a starter.
There we go. Speed it up a little bit because it's fucking 4:15 in the morning.
Yeah, it is.
Of course it is. And the 3 OGs are here.
Yeah, we are.
So we have got a 3rd round pick here, but it is kind of late on. There's a few that stand out to me here. I'm looking at the wide receivers.
So we're looking at receiver here.
Ted Hurst, Elijah Surratt. Not a Malachi Fields guy, Kev, sorry.
That's right. Ted Hurst for me here.
Yeah, that's good with me.
I like Ted Hurst, yeah.
The guy we brought in for our 30 as well.
Exactly.
And then remember, we've got two in the 4th now, because obviously with that trade we did with Minnesota, we got the extra 4th rounder.
No, we didn't.
We
only got the 3rd.
Yeah, sorry, my bad.
That's right. That's Ted Hurst. I'm more than happy. Yeah. I'm more than happy getting Hunter and Ted Hurst for that trade, to be fair.
And then Dylan Everett, Kev?
Yes. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
Everett, Georgia corner. He might not be started day one, but I think you could push Greg Newsom.
Yeah, agreed. So, we got a 5th rounder there. We're off Minnesota.
Lovely.
Because we ain't got pick 1, 4, 5, have we?
Yeah, we have.
Have we?
Yeah.
We
only got the 2nd and 3rd from Minnesota.
So just have a quick look here what we've done so far. Linebacker, tackle, D tackle, wide receiver, cornerback. I mean, I think that's pretty good, to be honest.
I think we nailed that, to be fair. Covering a lot of needs, picking players at the right positions.
Not bad.
So I reckon we'll call it there. We'll get Matt. We got Craig on tonight as well for a bit.
Yep.
Yeah, he's going to be. He'll be on. He'll be replacing me because I won't be on tonight.
Oh, you're not on tomorrow night?
No, I'm out tomorrow night, unfortunately.
You just all get the staff these days. Bloody hell!
Apologies.
On a Friday night.
The host of the most, and we're losing them.
Yeah. Well,
but hey, you're here for round 1.
If I can get on, I will. Put it that way. I
don't care if you come on drunk. I'll take you. I'll take you coming on drunk.
Just to that.
At 2 a.m.
Yeah, I've just run the mock on PFF, and just out of curiosity, so Cassius Howe went to the Niners at 33, CJ Allen to the Cardinals at 34, McNeil Warren to Bills at 35, and Avion Terrell to the Raiders at 36. So there's a whole slew of players there to pick from.
That is so good for us, that type of draft.
So I'll tell you what, we're going to do one more mock. We're going to do a stick.
Let's do it.
So we'll continue the
do
draft.
PFF for a change up.
Do you not like this new website?
It's
I
very
like it. I
small
think
on
it's really
my
cool.
screens.
I think it's quite cool. It's just because it's dark. I'm like, my eyes are trying to adjust to it.
Have you tried what's the new one? Begin with S. What's it called?
Is that what the NFL Stock Exchange guys use?
Yes, because they
Yeah,
can't use PFF anymore.
Can they not?
No, because they all got sacked.
So Caleb McDonald went the pick before. Christian, Terrell's gone, McCoy's gone. So here you'd probably be saying it's between Miller
Hood, Miller.
and Cisse or
Yeah.
Hood.
There's still like great options though.
So
I think
on my one, McCoy's still available.
the drop off at defensive tackle
Yeah.
is the
I'd throw
concern.
Miller here for the crack.
Yeah, I think you go defensive tackle there.
Obviously, we skip round 3 completely.
Yeah. Well, Miller's my number 1 defensive tackle, to be fair.
I mean, I'm up with Malik Mohammed here to be with you.
Same.
Yeah, Malik
Draft him.
Mohammed does a good shout. Jaeger.
Yeah. So, I always have a debate when I come here. I either go Kevin Coleman, the slot receiver, or the Baylor outside receiver.
Oh, Josh Cameron.
Yes. So I always think to myself, do we want to go slot or do we want to go big outside? Because those are always between those, I think those are the 2 best players there now for wide receiver purposes. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just having a look who was gone. See, I think Cyrus Allen, the one I'm thinking of. No, I think Jeff Caldwell. See, I like
He was
Caldwell.
a freak.
My name's Jeff.
An ex-receiver. I like Caldwell a lot.
Yeah. And he tested outstanding at the combine, didn't he?
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, he doesn't have to start straight away, to be fair. Caldwell, you can kind of like, we've got like Darnell Mooney, we're going to bring in OBJ.
Slightly
like,
older, 25, but 6'5", 216, ran 4.31. I do like Jeff Caldwell as the outside receiver.
Do it. What round are we in now?
6.
This is round 6. Again, no, I don't think this is that bad.
I like DJ Campbell. I think he could be a starting guard, from Texas.
Do we need him though?
Well, we might do next season because, like, was it? JMS is only signed through this year. Runyon is only signed through this year.
Yeah, that's very true.
I do like Owen Heineke, but he's gone back to college, isn't he? He won his court case to get his extra year of eligibility.
Do we look at a tight end?
Are we going to do a draft where we don't pick Eli?
Yeah, we ain't got no mail. We can get away with it. Who we taking here then?
Scroll down a bit. Who else we got?
I just said, like, do you think we go like for a tight end here?
Tight end big ratio. What tight ends we got? Tight end and safety for the crack.
Yeah,
Tanner Cole, John Michael Gillienberg. Safety, you're probably going to have Lorenzo Styles. Bishop Fitzgerald and Cole Wisniewski.
Yeah. I like BJ Payne out of Kansas State.
Do you want to take him?
Yeah.
and then literally the next pick. So tight end.
Let's do it. Tight end.
Quarterback.
What other tight ends are
think-
available?
Do you know what? I'm more than happy.
Yes, I like Oscar.
Who did we have for a visit? We brought in who was it? Athan Kalakmanis and Derek Robertson from Monmouth and Rutgers. I'd happily bring either one of them as in the UDFA because we've got Dart and we've got like crab legs as our nailed on QBs.
Crab legs.
Oh. Well, so whilst that grades, that's what the draft was. They didn't got the Jeff Caldwell pick. I did. So yeah, that's our mocks. And on that note, I think I'm going to call it a night.
Yeah, I think we all are. It is. What's the time?
Nearly
4:30.
4:30.
Yeah,
We've been on for 4 hours and 25 minutes.
we have been, and then one break in that time as well. So we can brush our shoulders off there.
We'll see you all back tomorrow night.
Gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure and a joy.
What's the plan tomorrow night, then?
And you know what? Good evening, Andy. Good morning, Andy. I hope you're well. And I hope you've been tuned in all night.
What time are we on tomorrow night, Shin?
11 p.m. tomorrow night.
11 tomorrow night, yeah.
We got Craig on. Try and get a few listeners on as well, give us their thoughts on the first round and what they want to see us do in second round. And of course, we'll have a couple more mock drafts as well.
Because why not?
There we go.
Because why not? If I can get on, I will.
Dan, have a good night tomorrow night.
I will. Until next time, let's go Giants.